Dr. B.V. Tirupanyam Garu, esteemed Chief Guest Madam, distinguished resource persons, dear students, my dear colleagues, and all the participants joining us from various locations. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this 3-day international virtual conference titled Spring of Life, the Perfume of Nature, organized by the Department of Zoology of Government Degree College, Ravulapalem, East Godavari District, Andhra Pradesh. Now we'll start the proceedings of this conference with a prayer song. I invite Kumari P. Sanjana of Final BSc BJC to sing the prayer song for us. Sanjana? Madam, is Sanjana there?
No, madam. Sanjana hasn't yet joined, madam. Shall we sing, madam?
Okay, I'll continue, madam.
No,
Shall I go ahead?
Sanjana Palanti is there, ma'am.
Sanjana. Okay, Sanjana is there, madam.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, Sanjana. Please go ahead, Sanjana.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Sufalam, Malaya Jasitalam, Sasyasyaamalam, Mataram, Vande Mataram, Subrajyoshna, Pulakitayamini, Ullakusumita Trubini, Suhasini, Sumadurabhashini, Sukadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Thank you, dear Sanjana.
Thank
I
you
now
so much.
request the convener of this program, Srimati N. Sunita Madam, lecturer in zoology, to deliver the concept note of this conference. Sunita Madam.
Yes, thank you, madam. Good afternoon, one and all. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. C. Tulsi Mastanamma, K. Sanjarao Garu, Principal Participants. Greetings to you all from Government Degree College, Ravulapalem. Department of Zoology welcomes you all to this 3-day international conference to be held from 17 to 19 September 2020 on the topic Spring of Life, the Perfume of Nature. As we all know, nature is the wonderful creation of God and humans are no exception from this. Look into a tiny cell of a plant, an animal or a human, and you will be marveled by the way of its organization, the structure and its function. Though they are all cells, they are unique in their performance. As of now, we are all aware of the ongoing crisis, that is the COVID-19. We can assuredly say that the death rate is increasing at an alarming rate. Death is an inevitable phenomenon which is not pleasing or acceptable to the human race, either young or old. On the contrary, new birth or spring of life adds fragrance to the nature, either a plant sapling, newborn animal, or a human baby. We feel very happy when a young one is born in our home. It adds fragrance to the entire family and to the generation. Thus, we can say offspring is a boon from God. But what kind of nature or environment are we going to leave for the next generation? This is the real-time introspective question to all of us. Nowadays, due to human intervention, not only the quality of the environment, but also the human race is also adversely affected. The essence of the quality of nature we are enjoying must also be made available to the next generation without destroying it. Hence, this conference titled Spring of Life, the Perfume of Nature is an attempt to throw some illumination into the insights of the human behavior and its influence on nature. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, Sunita Madam. I now welcome the chairman of this program, Dr. B. Tirupanyam Garu, Principal of Government Degree College, Ravulapalem, to address the gathering with his opening remarks.
Thanks so much, Dr. Rajeshwari ma'am. I extend you all a warm welcome to this international virtual conference. Good afternoon to you all. I extend warm welcome to our chief guest and our academic guidance officer from Commissionerate of Colleges Education, Dr. C.H. Tulsi ma'am. Ma'am, very good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much for joining us despite your busy schedule. Please stay back for a couple of minutes so that you can join your meeting over there. Thank you very much for joining us. Let me first of all profusely congratulate the Department of Zoology of this college, headed by Dr. Sunita, who came out with such a fantastic program with the title The Spring of Life and the Perfume of Nature. The title itself is very fascinating. And you know, the universe had started expanding about 13.8 billion years ago, and our planet Earth came into existence around 4.54 billion years ago. And the earliest form of life started its journey at about 4.28 billion years ago. And as we all know that this life has got its evolution from the non-living organic matter. And we all know that there were so many hypotheses existing about the origin of life, but it was very sure that the life, the living matter, has originated from the non-living matter. And unfortunately, what is happening is that the human being, because of his lack of understanding about the nature and its operating laws, is damaging the very existence of the nature, and we are unnecessarily inviting so many problems, including environmental degradation related issues, including occurrence of untimely cyclones and so on. Now this is the time the mankind has to wake up, properly understand the laws of nature, and help sustain the existence of nature for future generations. I hope that this international conference, which was conceived and designed by the Department of Zoology, will serve the purpose for which it is being organized, and it will, I hope that this conference will debate on various issues relating the interrelationship between the human being and the nature, and it helps proper understanding the laws of nature by the human being and help reduce the eruption of the arising of pandemics like COVID. Thank you so much, the Department of Zoology, especially the organizing committee headed by the convener of this program, Dr. Sunita, for permitting me and giving me this wonderful opportunity to interact with all the participants, especially our chief guest, Dr. C.H. Tulsi. Thank you so much, all the organizing committee members, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Now we move ahead towards the release of souvenir. I now request our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Tulsi Mastanamagaru, to kindly release the souvenir of this international conference titled Spring of Life, the Perfume of Nature. I heartily welcome Dr. Tulsi Mastanamagaru to kindly release the souvenir. Sunita, madam.
Madam, is it visible?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is
Sunita,
visible.
it is visible.
Madam, good afternoon, Madam
Madam
Tulsi,
Tulsi, madam,
Madam.
you
This
just
is
click on
Rajeshwari from Government Degree College, Ravulapalem, Madam.
Good afternoon.
Madam, very good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Tirupanyam sir. Very good afternoon. So,
Thank you for joining us despite your busy
Thank-
schedule.
no, it's not like
Uh,
that. Thank you.
Organizing committee, please. Hello, please go ahead. Madam has to join another meeting.
Yes, yes, sir. Sunita, Madam.
So,
Yes.
thank you for giving me the opportunity to release this Savanay virtually. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
It's a pleasure, Madam. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much
ma'am.
for sparing
It
your
is our
valuable
privilege,
time.
madam. It is our honor to get it inaugurated by your
madam.
hands.
I now request Srimati N. Sunita, Madam, lecturer in zoology, to introduce the chief guest of today. Sunita, Madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Sunita, Madam.
Madam, I'm taking. It's my pleasure to introduce the chief guest of today's occasion, that is Dr. C.H. Tulsi Mastanamma. Dr. C.H. Tulsi Mastanamma is presently working as the Academic Guidance Officer at Office of Commissionerate of Collegiate Education, Andhra Pradesh. Coming to her educational background, she did her master's in zoology from Acharya Nagarjuna University and BEd with biology and English from Andhra University. She was a net qualified candidate with PhD in zoology from Osmania University. Despite her high academic and research profile, I would like to focus a few awards and academic achievements. Madam received Best Academic Officer and Best Team Member Award for from Collegiate Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh in 2013 as a mark of her excellence. She was selected as RBPT Master Trainer, means Research-Based Pedagogic Tools Master Trainer in 2017. Also selected for DBT-sponsored Foldscope Research Project in 2018. She received State Best Teacher Award in 2018. Madam also worked as State Manatv Coordinator from 2007 to 2011, State RRC Coordinator from 2010 to 12, State UGC Schemes Coordinator from 2011 to 2013. Also, she worked as Rashtriya Uchitar Shiksha Abhiyan RUSA Coordinator at Office of CCE during initiation of RUSA scheme from 2013 December to 2015 December, and represented Andhra Pradesh at zonal and national level meetings. Organized and attended many workshops, review meetings, and training programs, principals and lecturers of degree colleges. She presented papers at national and international conferences and published papers in various journals. She was also nominated as member of Andhra Pradesh Knowledge Mission. Thank you very much, madam, for accepting our invitation. With these few words of introduction, I humbly invite our esteemed chief guest of the occasion, Dr. C.H. Tulsi Mastanamma, madam, to deliver the inaugural address. Welcome, madam.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words, but I think I don't deserve all those. I'm also just a faculty member like you all. Good afternoon, participants, faculty members, and my dear students. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to interact and learn from you all. So at the outset, I congratulate Government Degree College, Ravulapalem. Such a good event, international virtual conference on Spring of Life, Nature's Perfume. In this pandemic period, COVID period, that's a good initiative to learn from others. So the title, Spring of Life, the Perfume of Nature, holds its importance in biological as well as philosophical ways. Rigveda says, nature is art of God and we can experience the touch of God in His creation. And in biology, we learned the life exists from non-living to living, single cell, multicellular, cellular grade, tissue grade, organ grade, metabolic activities, growth, reproduction, and so on. So in this process of life, nature gives us so many jerks and jolts. We can enjoy the beauty of the nature. We can experience the perfume of the nature. At the same time, we can see the wrath of the nature. So the nature's perfume can be well experienced through different forms like water, air, sun, fire, earth, and so on. The thing is, we the human beings, we are so involved in complying about the things what we don't have, forgetting that what we have. Helen Keller, author, teacher, she says each and every individual should struck with deaf and blind for some time in the adult age. Then only they can experience the dark. They need to experience the darkness to appreciate the light of the nature. They need to experience that silence to appreciate the joy of the sound. So even now, we can see different forms of nature or different ways of fragrance of nature. Just imagine yourself. For example, water. If the water lost its properties, what will happen to the earth or the nature or the living? You drink glasses and glasses of water, but your thirst will be like that. It won't. You still feel thirsty. You try to clean anything. Water lost. It didn't have the characteristic of cleaning. What will happen? Everything is dirty. You can't clean your body. You can't clean the house. You can't clean the clothes. And if it lost the water, the trees can't take water and grow. So what will happen to the survival? I think it is one way of perfume, emitting the nature's perfume. Or just imagine the air. If the oxygen do not have the property or the characteristic to give energy, what will happen? I request all of us to think in that direction. Or the fire. If the fire do not have the characteristic to cook, where we will be? How can we get the food? Or imagine for a week, if the sun is not there, we do not get solar energy. What will happen? There is no photosynthesis, no oxygen, no food material, and the microorganisms will flourish, and we don't know what will happen. So every day we can experience the perfume of the nature in each and every activity. The thing is, just because it is given like that, we are not appreciating, we are not recognizing, we are not acknowledging the nature. So this is the time to acknowledge the perfume of the life in our journey of life. We live in the world of hurry and worry. So busy that we are unable to enjoy the fragrance of the nature. So this is the time for us to experience the nature's fragrance, nature's perfume, and this is the time for us to say that it is a big surgeon. Nature is a big surgeon. We need to realize that who performs the surgery without giving anesthesia. So the process may be painful and suffering, but the end result is always beneficial to the world. And we need to believe that, because the process of evolution showed that maybe this is also one sort of evolution, I guess. This tiny, invisible creature created havoc across the world, and pandemic around the world brought the entire world to the standstill and set new norms of living. So earlier days, we do have some norms of living, but again, the mankind is learning new norms of living. We are going back to some good habits which gave by the nature to the olden days. In olden days, we won't enter into the homes without washing the hands or without washing the legs. We do follow all those precautions which we are again following now. So nature through some activities may set new norms also. So I feel this is the time for all of us to realize that nature is to satisfy our needs, but not the greeds. As teachers, it is our responsibility to uncover the values of the life, to make the students understand the importance of the nature and respect the nature. And this is the time for us to teach the students all these characters. And I wish all of you a success for this conference. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, respected Tulsi Madam, for sparing your valuable time for us, Madam. Your presence added grace to this program, Madam. We are grateful to you for being here in spite of your busy schedule. Thank you once again, Madam. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And congratulations. I wish you success for this conference.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank
We move on to the next part of this program. I request Dr. K. Srinivas Rao Garu, coordinator of IQAC, to introduce the keynote speaker of this session. Srinivas sir. Sunita madam.
Yes, madam. Sir is not there, madam.
With what name he has registered, ma'am? I'm unable to find his name, ma'am, over here.
Madam, Srinivas sir name is not there.
Madam. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Surname is not available, ma'am, here.
Sir is not available.
Sunita madam.
Yes, madam.
Hello.
I will call to sir, madam. Just
Madam,
to
he
wait
has
for
some
the
technical glitch, it seems. His
Okay.
network is not getting connected.
Okay.
Could you please go ahead with the introduction of the keynote person?
Yes, madam.
Key resource person, right. Hello.
Madam, a few more seconds, madam.
Yeah.
G. Swati is going to introduce the keynote speaker. Now, Dr. G. Swati is going to introduce the keynote speaker for this session. Over to Swati. Swati, unmute yourself.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, you
Good
are
morning
audible.
to everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce. Yeah. Good morning to everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. K. Sathivel Reddy sir. He is my guru also. As a register, he worked as a registrar of SV University during 2012 to 2004. He contributed much for his improvement for financial status of university with an increase of 25 crore budget allocations from 75 to 100 crores in 2014. And also he had visited so many countries, and in his view he has visited University of Cambridge, UK, and he was a he has Commonwealth Fellowship from 2009 to 2010. He was visiting scientist in Biotechnology Division, National Institute Standards and Technology, NIST, Guttensburg, Maryland, USA. He was research associate in Department of Pharmacology, SIU, School of Medicine, Springfield, Illinois, USA. He was a lecturer and senior scientist, Government Degree College from Puttur, 1983 to 1992, and research fellow, Department of Zoology from SV University from 1979 to 1983. In additional charges, he was the warden of SVU College Hospital 2004, 2005, and 2007. He was awarded many honors and awards in his career. The UGC Empowered Committee on Basic Science Research recommended for the prestigious UGC BSR Faculty Fellowship on Superannuation from 1st September 2018. AP State Teacher Award from 2014 at university level, presented by Department of Higher Education, Government of AP at Guntur, India. Merit of Excellence Award by International Society for National and Healthcare in connection with the First World Congress in Pharmaceutical Sciences and Chemical Technology in Colombo, Sri Lanka in 2013. He was a fellow Association of Biotechnology and Pharmacology 2012. Bharat Jyoti Award by India International Friendship Society, New Delhi in 2012. AP Scientist Award in Biological Sciences for the year 2011, awarded by EPCOST, Government of India, Andhra Pradesh, Hyderabad. Awarded Commonwealth Fellowship in the year 2009 to 10. Wealth Services Commissions UK, tenable at University of Cambridge, UK. Who's the Who in the World 2010 by Marcus, Teacher of Excellence Award by SV University 2008 to 2009. Awarded Fellow of NISA, New Delhi. Awarded Fellow of Andhra Pradesh Academy Science, Hyderabad. Awarded Short-Term Biotechnology Overseas Associateship 2005 to 2006 by DBT, Government of India. He has been awarded many awards, and he was a summer fellowship in Indian Academy of Science. And he to his credit, he has 22 he had collaborated 22 international collaborative projects, and he was a membership in professional societies, and he was also editorial board like ISCAP, NISA, ESA, and IPI. He had awarded 25 awards, PhD awards, and 6 MPhils were pursuing. To his credit, he had published 128 research publications in peer-reviewed journals, and he has attended 1 or 2 conferences, and also he has contributed many conferences and as invited lecturer and keynote address and chief guest in many national conferences and international conferences. Thanking you for giving me this great opportunity to introduce my guide, my teacher, and also my sir to this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati. Thank you, Swati, for nice introducing to the participants as well as the organizers of this conference. Now, I think it is my time to go for a keynote address. Am I correct? I think my video is working.
No, no, sir.
No, sir, you are not visible.
No, sir. No, sir.
No, not visible.
It shows in the participant that the video is showing a red light. You know how to. I mean, the organizers have to.
Sir, right now your course, sir. You can.
Devendra, sir, please.
No, sir. Your course, sir. You can on your video, sir.
Can I? Okay. The host is asked to start your video. Okay, start my video.
No,
Okay.
sir. No,
You
sir.
just click
Yeah.
on the video, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir, it's
now
now
working.
coming.
Now it's connected. Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon to everybody, and I'm happy to participate and in this conference. Respected Tirupanyam, the principal of Government Degree College, Ravulapalem, and who is the convener of this conference, and Dr. Sunita. To much extent, I am very much thankful to Sunita for giving me an opportunity to share my views and as well as the information or what we have in our labs on this occasion. And I'm thankful to the chairperson of the session, Dr. N. Srinivas, and the rapporteur of the session, Mrs. C. Rajeswari, and the whole conference team, as well as the participants from different locations of the global area. Now, when the broad aim of theme of the conference says that it fits everything, as the Madam Tulasi was telling that, you know, the fragrance of nature is much. How we have to use it, how we have to preserve it. But the mankind is destroying it and inviting a lot of problems in terms of diseases and other things. Now, my talk is on, may I have this slide please? How you can, shall I go for share the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, how to import my slide into this one?
Sir, where is your
PPT?
slide, sir?
My PPT is there on my desktop.
Yeah, just you directly click on that, sir. Directly you click on that, sir.
Okay, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Click on the slide view,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah.
Down.
Now my slide is visible to everybody. Is it not?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah, on the occasion of this international virtual conference on the Spring of Life, the perfume of nature, the very title of the conference is a very broad area, and thanks for the organizers to select such a thing that anything that can fit into this title. Now, I would like to talk on management of non-communicable disease, which is associated with the pandemic disease for better life. Because the non-communicable diseases are existing and everybody with an age and other things, everybody is having either diabetic patient or a heart problem or cancer problem or something. Now, during this time, when we are facing the pandemic disease, everybody knows about the COVID-19, which is a pandemic in terms of because it is encompassed the entire world, starting from the Wuhan of China, and now we are, facing a lot of problem in India, and how we can manage the non-communicable disease, especially by having a natural boon medicine plant, Acalypha indica. Okay, so I'm taking the non-communicable disease for an example of diabetes, how we can treat the diabetes with the medicinal plant Acalypha indica. This is a piece of work that has been done by my lab students, and a lot of work done on medicinal plants, but I took the Acalypha indica, which is called as Pichichettu, Kuppichettu. This is called as in terms of Telugu, it is Kuppichettu, okay. This has very lot of medicinal values ranging from treating of many diseases, including the diabetes. Now, see, my talk covers with how the rural people is facing the problems with both pandemic as well as non-pandemic disease. That means communicable as well as non-communicable diseases. And what is the scenario of both the diseases, and what is the plans that we can deal with this non-communicable disease such as the diabetes by employing the medicinal plant. If you look at the rural health care, when you look at the rural India, because the India, especially the Indian population, is having more rural areas where the people are facing a lot of health problems. Even any government, whether the central government or the state governments, are making a lot of policies, and they are saying that many, healthcare systems are implemented, but it is not reaching the rural health. Rural healthcare is one of the biggest challenges facing by India right from our independence days. And when you look at the realities of healthcare, the public people, the rural public, they are having a non-accessibility of the healthcare as well as the low quality of healthcare services. Non-accessibility means even if you look at the remote areas of the certain villages, they don't have the PHC center, they don't have doctor, and they don't have even primary nurse care people to advise them what kind of immediate medicines and others that has to be taken if they feel or if they fell ill for like simple fever also. And when you look to the quality of healthcare also, the quality is very low. That means they are not trained and they are not given much what is called as exposure of what kind of medicines should be used for a right kind of disease. So coming to the, if not government taking care of the public health care, when you look into the private health care, everybody knows about private health care is expensive, and it is often unregulated, and it is a variable in quality. Variable in quality in the sense, when you look at the private health care, each hospital is taking care of the dimensions of the health as well as the problem in different way, and completely is money oriented. So when you look at the rural health care, low quality, poor accountability, and the people are not aware, that is lack of awareness, as well as I said, they are all limited to access to facilities. So now what is solution to overcome this rural health care? Making men and women aware of their rights to demand a good quality of care. Here demand means they have to ask the local government. Local government means, at the mandal level or whatever may be, or their representative, people representatives, and they should ask for a right, because this is one of the fundamental right to demand good quality of care, as well as when you look into the doctors or the nurses, they should have an accountability in health delivering process, but that accountability is not seen. And the increasing uptake of appropriate health services at the right venues should be, taken care. Now, the campaign, what we have to start is we have to understand the present scenario of health facilities in rural area. We means both the government and the self-reliant bodies as well as common people, and identify the major issues that people are facing while seeking the health services. What is the major issues? Whether they have the PH centers properly or not, whether they have a trained doctors, trained nurses or not. That's one. And we have to review periodically the state of the primary health centers infrastructure and its connectivity to nearby villages, so that even a common disease or small problems also can be immediately taken into consideration, and when immediately they can put into the 188 or 104 vehicles, and then that can be taken to the highly available conditions at the urban areas. So that we have to build awareness about accountability in the healthcare at the government level as well as the local level. Now, with this simple background, the simple background of healthcare system in the rural areas, how we are evaluating and the management of communicable diseases, because now this is the time, and now we are facing a major communicable disease. Everybody knows about the COVID-19. Okay, and there are a lot of communicable diseases. They came and we fought, and the scientists invented the vaccines, and they're all under control as of now. But we are now fighting the COVID-19 with these things. Of course, in future, we may get vaccine for also this one. And probably the very big problem of COVID-19 may be end up very soon. We hope it's so. Now, if you look at the communicable diseases like Ebola, flu, hepatitis, and HIV, Zika, rabies, these are all viral diseases. And these viral diseases, they are all originated from the, what is called as the animals, and then to humans, human to animals. That way, they are all this. Everybody knows about Ebola causes major problem, and it was fight to extent that it has been controlled. Similarly, flu pandemic was, you can see, go back to 1918, 1957, 1962, where this was, ruptured, and flu was causative factor for many countries, and many people died due to flu. Similarly, hepatitis A and B, tuberculosis. Tuberculosis is a disease caused by the bacteria, and HIV/AIDS, Zika, rabies. Of course, of all these things, sexually transmitted diseases caused by viruses, bacteria, and the other what is called as the disease causative organisms. Anyway, these communicable diseases, unless the people are aware, either from the rural healthy level to the up to the educated people, then only it can be controllable and manageable. Then, now this is the time to discuss something about COVID-19. I'm not going to talk about how the COVID-19 and the causating virus structure and metabolism, as well as the molecular biology and other aspects of the COVID-19. For people who still don't know about the COVID-19, what is, how it was originated and all those things. See, the COVID-19 is belong to the coronavirus family, and this was started first in Wuhan in December 2019, and started spreading from China to various countries, and even the well-developed country like USA is not exempted for this disease. What is millions of people. Now, if you look at the World Health Organization dashboard as on date, the coronavirus is, confirmed cases, it's up to 30 million people. Out of these 30 million confirmed cases, nearly 10 million people as on this day died. When you look into the magnitude or the total virus of the coronavirus, it is spreading like anything. Now, there is no exception even for Andhra Pradesh also. Andhra Pradesh is unreeling from the coronavirus. When you look at the coronavirus, it is nothing but an influenza virus. The problem is with what is called as sneezing and other things. And everybody knows about the symptoms of the coronavirus. It starts with how now people are having some symptoms and asymptomatic cases. Either in cases, the people can be identified whether they are infected with coronavirus with simple symptoms like they have a cough, sneezing, running nose, and throat infection. Of course, other than this one, they have a body ache and diarrhea. All these things also be there in that one. In non-symptomatic cases, that is asymptomatic cases, even you cannot see the virus symptoms, such what I said earlier. But even then, this virus spread into your body and it attacks first the breathing system as well as then to the, damaging the blood and then finally to the vital organs. Now, how it spread, everybody knows it's from human to human. And only thing that the safety measures that you have to wear the mask and you have to maintain social distance and you have to clean your wash your hands thoroughly whenever you go out and all those things. All these things everybody knows about it, but people are not practicing it. They know aware of it, but they are not practicing, and that's why it's spreading like anything. Now, why I'm taking this kind of things means, though it is a communicable disease, it is fatal in case of people who are having already a non-communicable disease like the heart problem or diabetic problems. The people who are not having diabetics or heart problems or other problems, other health problems like non-communicable diseases, easily they are recovering within 14 days and they are well recovered. With like their immune system is developed and then if they take a little bit care, then certainly. But the people who are having non-communicable disease like diabetes and other problems, they are succumbed to this one. And if they are not followed, the medical care is not taken very well or immediately, they are ultimately leading to fatal death. Now, evaluation management of non-communicable diseases. The non-communicable diseases, which are also known as chronic diseases, are not passed from person to person, as like that of the communicable disease. But they are of long duration and generally it's a slow progression. Here I want to stress on slow progression. Whereas communicable disease is a rapid progression, whereas the non-communicable disease is a slow progression. And to mention, I would like to say there are 4 main types of non-communicable diseases. One comes under the cardiovascular diseases. So anything that is related to the heart, okay, this all come under the cardiovascular diseases. There are a number of cardiovascular diseases, and cancer is the one, and the chronic respiratory disease such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and asthma. Then our candidate is diabetes, because many of because of the way of we are taking food and other things, majority, that means more than 50% of the population having the diabetes of different conditions. So the causal chain explains the risk factor approach for surveillance of non-communicable disease. Number 1, behavioral risk factors. So if you are using tobacco, if you are an alcoholic person, and if you are physically inactive, and you have a malnutrition or no nutrition, then really you met with physiological risk factors such as your body mass index may be changed, that maybe obesity comes, then your blood pressure may go up, and the glucose levels may rise, and then the cholesterol levels also rise. So finally, that leads to the non-communicable diseases like heart disease, stroke, diabetes, cancer, and respiratory disease. Now, I would like to, in the coming slides, to to say some what is called as statistical data regarding the communicable, non-communicable diseases as far as World Health Organization and other research studies. According to World Health Organization, the diabetes mellitus, as I was telling right from the beginning, now I am concentrating on the diabetes, a non-communicable disease associated with the communicable disease like COVID-19. Okay, it is the sixth most important cause of global deaths in 2015. In 2017, there was 146 million people with diabetes mellitus in rural areas. Though the rural areas people are very active, they are having staple food, but it is more in case of even the rural areas also right now. While 274 million people lived with diabetes mellitus in urban areas. So compared to the rural, more people are there in the urban. This is the one. See, the global prevalence of diabetes mellitus is estimated to increase from 8.8% in 2015 to 10.4% in coming 2040, that is 2040, which may be equaling to 642 million people. 42 million people means, so more than 40% of world population will expect it to have the diabetes mellitus. If we are not following the other practices like happy life and as well as active life and the way that how we can control the diabetes, all these things. Similarly, a review of studies in rural India conducted by Misra and colleagues found that prevalence increased from 1.9% to 12% in 2019, especially considering 72% of the Indian population live in rural areas. So the main concern is about rural areas because they are not having proper healthcare systems, and that's why my concern. Now, although the Indian urban population has access to reliable screening methods and anti-diabetic medications because they are very accessible to the medical people, such health benefits are not available to the rural patients. There is a disproportionate allocation of health resources between urban and rural areas. This is what I was telling right from the beginning. In addition, poverty is the main other thing. In India, 85 to 90% of all healthcare costs are borne by individuals and their families from household income. Why I am telling this figure, if you go to USA, your healthcare is taken by the government and everybody is in, you have to go for the insurance. Health insurance is most important. But still, it is lacking or lagging behind even in India, where if you have a health problem, you have to meet all expenses on your own by the government. There is no health insurances, proper health insurances, and even then health insurances is there, it costs more. So direct expenses consume 27 to 30% of household incomes of rural and urban poor people, while the middle class people problem. Similarly, Ramchandran et al. Analyzed the annual family income, which was higher, and the cost of diabetes in India reported ambulatory care constitutes 65% cost. All these figures, why I'm telling that, how the even then non-communicable disease, for example, even communicable disease, COVID, a person who affects with COVID, if he joins in a COVID hospital managed by the private, per day they are paying nearly 20 to 30,000 rupees. If a person is staying for nearly 20 days, it costs them nearly 4 to 5 lakhs. If it's cured, that's okay. If they are not cured, nearly 20 to 30 lakhs they are spending in the what is called as leaving to the people without any proper care. So the government of India launched the national program for prevention and control of cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and stroke. As of March 2017, non-communicable disease cells. So they are improving. The only 719 districts were they identified, which means that nearly half of the country still remains uncovered under this program. Now, with this, all these things, the science and technology can be leveraged for improving healthcare and rural development in India. Then only the communicable diseases or non-communicable diseases can be, taken care of. Now, let us look into the diabetes, how diabetes happens, and what is the molecular mechanism that is involved in diabetes, and how it has been treated by the what is called as medicines, and what are the candidates for the medicinal plants side. Diabetes is characterized by metabolic dysregulation, primarily of carbohydrate metabolism, and it is manifested by hyperglycemia, more glucose in blood. It results from defects in insulin secretion or impaired insulin action, or they may be both. So if you look into this figure, here this is the insulin. This is insulin, okay, and these are the insulin receptors of your cell. And when the receptors are inactive, they are not receiving the insulin. When they are active, they receive the insulin, and the insulin gets inside. And similarly, there is glutaphore receptors are also on the membrane. This opens the glucose, and the glucose will be get inside, and the excess of glucose is controlled by the insulin, so that the signal transduction place and the glucose utilization takes place, and the glucose is broken down to glycogen, lipid, and protein synthesis. That way glucose has been utilized, so that glucose levels are maintained within the cell within normal limits. If the insulin through the receptors, the glucose through the glutaphore leaks into this invasion of the cell. So what goes wrong in diabetes? There are multitude mechanisms. Number one, coming to the insulin regulation and its insulin secretion, as well as insulin uptake, as well as breakdown. That is what you have seen in the previous slide. And then the second one is the beta cells. The damage of beta cells, autoimmunity of the beta cells damage also leads to the diabetic condition. When looking at the diabetes symptoms, people who are having diabetes, they may have the polyuria, that means frequent urination, polydipsia, excessive thirst, and polyphagia, excessive hunger, and increased appetite. Similarly, the diabetic people, they lost the weight, the involuntary weight loss. Without any exercise, without anything, your weight will be lost due to diabetic conditions. Now, there are different kinds of diabetes, type 1, type 2 diabetes, and the other things. The type 1 diabetes, which is due to autoimmune destruction of pancreatic beta cells. Autoimmune destruction of pancreatic beta cells. The pancreatic beta cells are destructed by the autoimmune method, and the low level of insulin production or even absent of insulin is this. And this figure shows that the autoimmunity, where the CD8 T cell and CD4 T cell plays important role in autoimmune process of this is a beta cell, pancreatic islet. You can see the beta cells, and they're all autoimmunity, and thereby the CD8 and CD4 cells destruct the beta cells, so that beta cells are responsible for the insulin secretion, and thereby that is a problem. So this leads to this way, and then finally this is the destruction of the insulin. So the type 1 diabetes, if you look at the insufficient insulin, the insulin may not be seen how much, beta cells, because of destruction, the insulin is not there much. And then even then, the number of glucose molecules get inside the cell, okay, the insulin molecules are not there, so that the glucose cannot be broken down to glycogen, or it cannot be converted to protein or lipid synthesis, okay. So type 2 diabetes is due to insulin resistance and relative lack of insulin. So because glucose does not go into cell, and that leads to the type 2 diabetes. Here in diabetic condition, we have to look into the role of liver. When you look into the role of liver, so this is the liver, and here the pancreas. Pancreas secretes both two, the hormones. One is glucagon and then insulin. Insulin controls the glucose, break down the glucose, and it lowers the blood glucose level. And whereas glucagon, whenever the glucose levels decreases, the glucagon hormone, it stimulates glycogen breakdown to release more glucose in the liver, and thereby the glucose concentration is high in the blood, and that can be controlled by the insulin. So there is always with a cycle between glucagon and insulin, and insulin breakdowns whereas glucagon increases. And the harmony, if it goes in the right direction, then you may not have the diabetic condition. If the insulin secretion is low, then glucagon secretion is high, then there is a possibility of more glucose, and that leads to diabetes with high blood sugar. So these are the diabetic ketoacidosis that leads to death, liver function and related diseases in diabetes condition. Now, in both types of diabetes, both type 1 and type 2, the prolonged periods of high blood glucose levels can have dangerous consequences leading to kidney disease, heart disease, nerve damage, and retinopathy, among other conditions. Now, this point we have to, remember, notice very well. Even the communicable diseases, virus or bacteria, whatever may be, if they attack a person who is having diabetes, because the diabetic fellow is having more glucose in the blood circulation, glucose is very much accessible and very much useful for the flourishing of these disease-generated organisms like virus or even the bacteria. And that's why even the COVID-19, when it attacks a person like a diabetic person, it is very difficult for the doctors to control. The reason is, because it has very much available nutrition in the form of glucose in the blood, and it can grow very fastly and it flourishes. And another important amino acid is glycine. So it also breaks down the other amino acids and the proteins, and then it takes the glycine, and so that the glycine is useful for its rapid growth of its organisms, and thereby your heart as well as your brain, everything is affected due to these things. So that's why the reason the doctors advising very much, when you are affected with COVID, you must take the nuts as well as the what is called as regular food substances, the leafy food substances and other things, so that you will have a lot of what is called as minerals and zinc, what is called as other vitamin C, vitamin D, everything is supplemented to improve your immunity, and thereby you can fight with the organism which is growing. So now that point is we have to notice very clearly. The reason is why the people who are having diabetes, they are more prone to this kind of things. Certain important management is needed to restrict the diabetes complications by control the blood glucose levels. Of course, the metabolic disorder to prevent sudden deaths. The one of the important is physical activity. Even COVID-19 people who are affected, they should have a regular physical activity. They should go for pranayama. They should, do breathing exercise, all these things, okay? And of course, you have to look for your diet. And apart from the physical activity and diet, the insulin and medication is supplemented so that you can manage the diabetic conditions. So diabetes management, either through insulin injection, if it goes, and physical activity is supplemented, and diet with a lot of leafy vegetables and other things, then that will be manageable. Apart from this physical activity, diet and other things, medication is important. The number of drugs have been used for the treatment of diabetes based on their mode of action. Drugs have been categorized. Some of them are called as insulin sensitizers. The other one is called as secretagogues. Secretagogues means insulin secretion. They are useful for the secretions. These are the insulin sensitizers to reduce the insulin resistance in kidney, liver, and heart. Metformin, phenformin, buformin. These are the medicines advised by the doctors, physicians for the people. And thiazidamines, this is rosiglitazone and pioglitazone, troglodyone, or the derivatives of these things for the insulin sensitizer. The secretagogues are drugs that increase insulin output from the pancreas. They secrete more, okay. And the drugs are sulfonylureas like tolbutamide, acetohexamide, torozamide, and chloropropamide. So just I want to give that medicines as well as physical activity and diet and other things. Now, if you look into the anti-diabetic medicinal plants, now it come to the point, because right from Charaka Samhita, Ayurvedic in our country, our ancient doctors, they advise more on the medicinal plants usage. From there, we had a lot of other, what is called as the Ayurvedic and Unami, these plants and other types of drugs and other things used. So the anti-diabetic medicinal plants in the world, when you look into the percentage of anti-diabetic medicinal plants, so it is more in case of Asian countries. 56.9% of plants are available in Asia. Out of in Asia, when South Asia constitutes 36% of plants that used for anti-diabetic conditions. So South Asia, where our India exists, we have a lot of medicinal plants that can be used for the anti-diabetic purposes. And Cherak in 600 BC made the scientific classification of herbal drugs based on remedial properties. So he has mentioned very clearly in Charaka Samhita, a legendary book of on this one. Since the time of Charaka and Susruta, indigenous remedies have been used for the treatment of diabetes. When you look into the medicinal plants, the phytochemicals are important. The phytochemicals really, they are working against this, not only diabetes, other kinds of diseases. The phytochemicals are alkaloids, flavonoids, glycosides, glycolipid, and galactomycin, polysaccharides, and peptidoglycan, hypoglycan, guanidine. All these, phytochemicals, they're all present in the medicinal plant. Medicinal plant in the sense, if you take leaf, if you take stem, if you take bark, if you take root, if you take any part of the medicinal plant, each part may have one or other these what is called phytochemicals more, and if you can identify a right phytochemical for right disease, certainly that part of the medicinal plant, suppose for example, in some cases leaves only be used, in some cases only bark, in some cases medicinal plant medicines uses roots. That is why these phytochemicals constituents are taken into consideration. Then we have to such use that medicinal plant for the treatment of the disease. So anti-diabetic medicinal plants in India were already identified and they were all established. So for example, Allium cephas is very good anti-diabetic. If you use more onions, onion rich in your food preparations, certainly you will have control over the diabetes. Similarly, Allium sativum. So, meeku errulli, tellulli ani antaru annamata. Okay, so deen basi. Similarly, aloe vera. So these are the three. Just I want to say there are a number of additional medicinal plants already identified by the diabetic. But our research group, we have screened a lot of anti-diabetic properties with preliminary studies on ginger, annona, xanthium, pepinilla, medicinal plants. So we got promising results to reduce the diabetic complications. In this research, we attempted the Acalypha indica, whether it has any anti-diabetic properties or not, how it can, what kind of polyphenols or what kind of fractions that can be, used for the anti-diabetic. So Acalypha indica, so if you look at the scientific classification, so it comes under the 4-BAVC family and malphidiales and eudicates. So in Telugu, the Acalypha indica is called as Mutpinda or Kuppi-chettu, and this is the plant, medicinal plant, Acalypha indica. Everybody can, most of you are aware of it, how the plant is there and plant is available and plant can be seen as Acalypha indica. So apart from the diabetic one, that what we are, screening right now, It has a lot of medicinal values. It is used for wound healing. It is used as antimicrobial, and it is used as anti-diabetic activity right now. And it has a lot of antioxidant properties, and it is used as antifungal, and it is used as anti-inflammatory also. So it has a lot of medicinal values. So now what we did in our lab, how we collected and how we prepared the extraction and how we did the work on a rat as an animal model to see whether it has anti-diabetic properties or not, to test certain biochemical properties. In this lecture or in this keynote address, I'm presenting only certain biochemical aspects, not extend to the total molecular biology aspects, because it takes a lot of time to go into things. So one way is collection of the plant, and they will be dried, air dried, and then they dissolve the powder in the different solvents, and then go for evaporating the solvents at by rota evaporator. And finally, the powder is lyophilized, and then the lyophilized powder is extracted to the methanol, and the methanolic extraction is used for the studies. So this is the procedure for the extraction, step-by-step procedure. Next, experimental design. We designed the experimental design in such a way that we have used the Western strain male albino rat with the age group of 3 months. Age group of 3 months means it is an adult age, so weighing about 200 to 230 grams. And we used this treatment for 28 days, nearly 1 month. So the methanolic extract. So we divided the groups for 5 groups. One is a normal control group. That means there are no diabetes. And the second group is diabetic group. That means with the streptozotocin, the animal is induced the diabetic by giving 45 milligrams per kg body weight, so that the diabetes is induced in the animal. Now this animal's group is called as diabetic group. Now group 3 is a normal animal with the polyphenolic rich fraction of that Acalypha indica with 100 mg per kg body weight has been given to the normal animals. And the fourth group is diabetic group with polyphenolic rich fraction. Whether this polyphenolic rich fraction has any what is called as medical aspects or the compound that can control the diabetic or not, we can test with group 4 with placebo of the group 1 and group 3. And then group 5 is a diabetic with glibenclamide. Glibenclamide is a drug that is given by the physicians to treat the diabetic patients. So it is 20 milligrams per kg body weight to see that whether the diabetic with polyphenolic rich fraction has any improvement when compared with the diabetic with glibenclamide. So this is how we group 5 groups to test of results. So these are the biochemical assays. We estimated the blood glucose, and we tested for aspartate aminotransferase, alanine aminotransferase, alkaline phosphatase, and the gamma glutamyl transferase, bilirubin, total cholesterol, triglycerides, and high density lipoprotein as well as low density lipoprotein plasma, as well as insulin also we measured in the plasma. So these are our results, and here the graph shows that this color, it gives that normal control, and whereas the red one is the polyphenolic rich fraction treated for the normal animals. So, and this is the green is the diabetic induced animals, diabetic control animals, and this one is diabetic with glibenclamide, that is a drug advocated by the physicians. Now our candidate is the diabetic with polyphenolic rich fraction. Now when you look at the insulin levels that is measured in the plasma, so this is normal, and normal animals, if they given polyphenolic rich fraction, the insulin levels slightly increased. That means it stimulates even in normal animals also. Then whereas the diabetic animals, naturally the insulin level goes down, so they have low levels of glucose, insulin. So when the diabetic animals are given the glibenclamide, that is a drug advocated by physicians, the insulin levels increase. The same diabetic animals given the what is called as polyphenol rich fraction, you see there is a slight increase, if not equal to the level of glibenclamide, there is an improvement. And this improvement, maybe if you increase the dosage, or if you find out by the next hour, studies shows that molecular biology studies, we isolated the correct fraction, and that fraction result, improves, increases the insulin level. This is a crude fraction, and that's also. So this graph shows that there is something in the polyphenolic rich fraction that can stimulate the insulin levels in case of diabetic patient. Similarly, glucose levels, here the glucose levels are, in case of treatment, diabetic is highly increased, where it is decreased. Here it is also decreased to the level of this one. So the glucose in the blood is decreased by this one. So these are this. So when you look at the administration of streptozotocin, there's a significant increase in blood glucose level, whereas decrease the insulin levels. Similarly, they were treated with 100 milligrams per kg body weight of polyphenolic rich fraction of Acalypha indica for 28 days, significantly decrease the blood glucose level and increase the insulin levels when compared with diabetic rats. That is our conclusion. Similarly, we tested for liver function markers, and here also it shows the AST, that is aspartate aminotransferase, alanine aminotransferase, which are the two important markers of the liver enzymes. Okay, these also promising results where there is an improvement in the case of ALT with corresponding with the glibenclamide. Similarly, here also. Okay, so this is where the AST and the ALT levels are controlled by the what is called as it means what we have to understand is if the AST and ALT are more released into the from the liver to the blood, that means shows that diabetic conditions prevailing. If these are the markers, this immediately, okay, this shows that the diabetic conditions are prevailing. So with this, it is controlled. Now, similarly, alkaline phosphatase, gamma glutamyl transferase, where they are also controlled, and the bilirubin content here in case of diabetes is more, whereas in case of the glibenclamide as well as the polyphenol rich fraction is regulated. So similarly, we tested for the lipid metabolic profile like total cholesterol and triglycerides, and these are also regulated here, where they are more in case of diabetic cases. And low density lipoprotein as well as high density lipoprotein, they are also regulated, and this is one important. So we also did the histopathological studies of liver, and so the liver tissue with the normal control as well as the diabetic control. Here normal control, you can see the liver section show clear hepatic lobular architecture and clear central vein. Okay, this is the central vein, and normal sinusoids that you can see in case of here this is the sinusoids. So with the diabetic control, you see the CCV, that is congestion of central vein, it's very clear, but here you can see the congestion in case of diabetes condition, congestion. Okay, so similarly the hepatocytes, the hepatocytes are very clear. Hepatic cells, they're all destructive. You see, collapse, all these things that leads to liver degeneration. What happened to my next slide is not going through. I don't know why it. Anyway, so hello.
Sir.
See, my next slide is not going. I have 2 more slides are there. Okay.
It's control is with you only, sir.
Okay, yeah, now it comes okay. Now this is the second, yeah. So this is normal polyphenol fraction rich fraction and treated diabetic rat liver tissue. So you can see the difference, much difference of this one with when compared. This is the diabetic as well as the normal one. Okay. See a lot of destruction, other things. This with VN is very clear. And this is alkaloid rich fraction, that is polyphenolic rich fraction, which we have shown. And we have similarly tested for the alkaloid rich fraction and what is called as the comparison of diabetic with alkaloid rich fraction as well as the polyphenolic rich fraction of the Acalypha indica. Both of them are promising. Both of them are promising results. And this is a glibenclamide treated with a favorable drug. And here the central vein is clear. Everything. This is summary of this our research with up to the what is called as the biochemical studies level only. The polyphenolic rich fraction showed anti-diabetic and hepatoprotective activity in the streptozotocin induced diabetic rats. The polyphenolic rich fraction showed hypolipidemic effects. Finally, we conclude that polyphenolic rich fractions of Acalypha indica shows it has an anti-diabetic, antioxidant, and hypolipidemic and hepatoprotective activity in diabetic condition. That is our conclusion, taking into consideration of both at the what is called as the gene level as well as molecular biology level research work. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my views about our a part of a piece of our research work with the audience who participated in this international virtual conference on Spring of Life. Okay, all these conferences. Thank you, the organizers. I once again thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Professor K. Satyaved, sir, for the detailed and highly informative presentation on management of non-communicable disease with special emphasis on diabetes. And it helps us to ensure a better and healthy life and also the medicinal properties of different plants. Thank you very much, sir. We are grateful to you for sparing your valuable time for us and for being with us today and being the keynote speaker for this session. Once again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Rajeshwari.
Now we move on to the technical session. Before moving on to the technical session 1, I request the participants to post your queries in the chat box, please. Any questions from the participants? Participants are requested to kindly post their questions in the chat box. Or you can unmute yourself and ask your question. Any questions from the participants?
Okay, madam. If no questions, we will move to the next session, madam.
Yeah. I don't. What is the average age to get diabetes? That is the question, sir. Asked by Priyanka. Yes.
Yeah. We cannot say what is the exact diabetes average age means, you know. Even infant people, they have the like kind of diabetes. And diabetes, if it is a hereditary process, you may expect it even at the early ages also, provided if you maintain physical conditions, it may prolong. But whatever may be, generally based on your lifestyle. Lifestyle means whether you are healthy and the food habit and the way of how much glucose amount of food you are taking into consideration, and your obesity, all these things. The diabetes may see in between 40 and 50 years. between 40 and 50, certainly. If you are not following the good habits of food habit as well as the practice of healthy practices of your lifestyle, it can be seen in between 40 and 50. Okay, but there is not, if you can't assure that even at 60 also you may not get, 70 also you may not get, 80 also you may not get. Okay, there are several reasons. One is the genetic reason. The other one is yourself, how you are destructing the beta cells of your pancreas. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sunita, madam. Hello.
Madam.
Shall we move on to the next session, madam?
Yes, madam. Sure, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Satyavel Reddy, sir.
Thank you.
We move on to the technical session 1. I request Dr. T. Srivaram, madam, lecturer in chemistry, to introduce the resource chairperson of technical session 1, Dr. N. Srinivas garu. I request Dr. T. Srivaram, madam, to introduce.
Thank you very much, madam.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Respected Principal Garu, Dr. B.V. Tirupanyam, sir. Respected resource persons, esteemed guests, invitees, and lecturer friends, and all participants of today's conference. A very good afternoon to you all. This is Dr. Srivaram, lecturer in chemistry, taking the privilege of introducing the resource person of this technical session, Dr. Nutalapati Srinivas Garu. Sir, Dr. Nutalapati Srinivas Garu was born on 29th August 1971. He was working as lecturer and in charge of Department of Zoology, PR, Government College, Autonomous, Kakinada, East Godavari.
నాకు ఇవాళ ఏం కాల్ చేయలేదు సార్. నిన్న కాల్ చేస్తే మాట్లాడాను, ఇంకా నాకేం కాల్ రాలేదు సార్. నిన్న ఒక్కరోజే కాల్ చేశాను, మాట్లాడాను సార్ సార్తో. అవును సార్, రాసి ఆయన వాట్సాప్ పెట్టాము. మళ్ళీ తర్వాత సంతోష్ సార్ని పర్సనల్గా వెళ్ళి ఆయనకి డీటెయిల్స్ కూడా ఇవ్వమని చెప్పాము. మేము ఆ రోజు నేను సంతోష్ సార్ చేంజెస్ కూడా చేసాము. అక్కడ ఏం చేంజెస్ కూడా లేదు సార్. ఇక్కడ వీళ్ళ నుంచి ప్రాబ్లం అండి, మన దగ్గర నుంచి ఏం ప్రాబ్లం రాలేదు. మేము ఇద్దరం పోయి కన్ఫర్మ్ కూడా చేసుకున్నాం సార్ డీటెయిల్స్. సరే సార్. సరే సార్. అవును సార్. ఓకే, ఓకే సార్. సరే సార్, పంపిస్తాను. సరే సార్, పంపిస్తాను. సరే సార్. సరే మాట్లాడు.
Sir, sorry for the interruption. Please bear with us for a few minutes.
Hello, madam. Madam, Sunita, madam.
Madam, you are audible now, madam. Srivaram, madam. You can go ahead. Srivaram, madam. Srivaram, madam. Hello.
Madam.
Srivaram, madam. Hello.
Hello, madam.
Hello.
Oh, madam, madam.
Hello.
Hello, madam.
Madam, you
Srivaram,
are
madam.
audible, madam.
Audible. You are audible. You can go ahead, madam. I think we are not audible to her, madam. Hello.
Yes, madam. Madam, I finished it. Shall I read it again?
Yes, madam.
Yes, yes.
No, madam. Sunita, madam, shall we proceed, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We shall
I
proceed, sir.
introduce, madam. We will proceed, madam.
Yes,
No,
sir.
no need of introduction.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good afternoon to one and all. This is Dr. Srinivas from PR Government College, Kakinada, lecturer in zoology. I deem it a privilege to introduce Dr. G. Swati. She is currently working as assistant professor in Government Degree College, Puttur, India. She did her PhD on neuroprotective role of Bacopa mannei on induced Parkinson diseases in October 2013. She has completed MSc Zoology, for it qualified CSIR JRF in Life Sciences 2007-8, MSc Chemistry, qualified UGC NET in 2010, qualified GATE in 2010, and did MSc Botany, for it qualified AP set in Life Sciences in 2016, MSc Psychology, for it qualified AP set in Psychology in 2019. She had her bachelor's degree with PhD with single subject physics. She had good research bent of mind with multidisciplinary approach. Her research work focused on neurological disorders as Parkinson's disease, epilepsy, and Alzheimer's disease, with identifying potential herbal plants as protective agents. She had also studied hepatoprotective activity with the combination of herbal plants and also identifying potential active agents. She had organized one UGC-sponsored national seminar in 2014 and also conducted 2 lecture workshops, 2014 and 2017, and sponsored by Science Academies India. She has published 5 books and 28 papers in journals of national and international repute, and she had presented papers in many seminars. She had been invited to write editorial Hidden Tale of Pollution, Need of Solution in Current Trends on Biotechnology and Microbiology. She is member as advisory board member in World Journal of Pharmaceutical Research, advisory board member Pharmacology in Cambridge Scholars Publishing Limited, editorial board member Journal of Natural Products Research Updates, associate editorial board member in our Current Trends on Biotechnology and Microbiology, CTBM. She had given invited talks in 8 national seminars and 1 international seminar. Now, I would like to invite Dr. G. Swati Garu to present a brief history of life. Over to Professor Swati Madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your introduction.
Okay, Swati, you can go ahead, Swati.
Yeah, okay. I'm just doing my PPT.
Yes, your screen is
Now
visible,
we are
Swati.
going to the brief. Okay. Thank you, Sunita.
Okay.
Now we are going to the brief story of life. This is the story of life, not the history of life, but we are telling the story of life. Okay. So we had so many questions from the beginning of our life. I mean, human civilization. When the human civilization started, we had many mind-boggling questions like: Are we alone? When did the life started? What time life had started? Are there habitable planets in this universe? What is the future of Earth? These are the many mind-boggling questions when the human civilization has started to rise. So for this, we had found out up to now some answers, and also we have some explanatory reasons for that. Now we will see how, first of all, what is life? I think you can answer me in the chat box. I will be seeing it. In the view of, in your view, what is life? Okay, when did the life started? You can answer all these questions. Are we alone? Are we alone in the universe? At what time? Time had started? Are there any habitable planets in this universe? What is the future of Earth? What is life? Okay. So first question is, what is time? When did the time started? So we go back to the time of the universe. We'll find a singularity cell. So that where the Big Bang started, time and space-time continuum has been. So our great scientists Stephen Hawking and James Hartlett at 2014 in a workshop, they had cited this. We didn't have time in the early universe, but we have time later on. Okay. So when the universe started expanding, you can see here, this is like 12.67 billion years ago, and 9.8 billion years ago, 6.7, 5.4, 2.6, and 0.2. The universe is expanding in a view like how when the Big Bang has occurred. It is a point of view how the universe is expanding with its all the particles. So we had also a timeline for this. So in 13.8 years ago, 13.8 billion years ago, Big Bang has started from a singularity. The cosmos goes through a super fast inflation. So when the Big Bang had occurred, it triggered a reaction, like it expanded in a view, because the energy what it had been there, it has been expanding. So in this glimpse, we had covered about up to 15 billion years ago, how the universe has been changing. And in this view, we can see how our galaxies has been started, when the life, is there any life other than Earth? And also we can find in this universe, how this universe had retained the life and everything. In the first stages, it was very hot and hostile, and it's a very sinister environment that any life can't withstand. Even the water and also wet conditions and dry conditions which were there, they cannot be withstand. But afterwards, after a few billion years ago, there was a difference, like the planets has been, I mean, the stars and the debris, whatever it created in that Big Bang, has been exploding, I mean, expanding, inflating. So we can see here a few minutes from the Big Bang, it was very hot, and first galaxies has formed, and also expansion of universe began to accelerate. And 9 billion years ago, the stars like what we see now has been forming. Life on Earth has formed, life on Earth probably like life on Earth, not only in Earth, on other planets has been started. I think if it is there, the conditions which are necessary for life has been there. And in 13.7 billion present day, we can see it was like a present day environment, like that we can see. So now we go up our Earth. So when this Big Bang has started, planetesimals are the particulates which were revolving around the solar system, and they used to collide with one another. And our Earth, here we can see this is our Earth, and it has been collided with a small Mars-like planet, and they too has started colliding each other, and has been formed. And again, we are coming back. That is 4.5 billion years ago. Now we are now in 3.5 billion years ago. The life was the evidences of life has been found, but it was a very hostile environment. If you have a time machine, if you want to go there and see, if you just go by a magical wind and just finish, you will all be incinerated. So there's nothing to go back and see. But we can go by seeing in another planet, which is 4.5 billion light years ago. Okay, this is just a tree of life we constructed. So if all living beings existed from one single origin, what do we name it? So all the scientists, a bunch of scientists has named it as LUCA, Lost Universal Common Ancestor, which they traced about 350 genes, which are similar in bacteria, eukarya, and archaea domains. Okay, how can we say that there is an LUCA or something like that which has originated in that hostile environment? We had some evidences like the life when it is formed. We can see here it was a very hostile environment. So how the life has sustained there? So when we see the smokers are there, so we can see that hypothermal vents and the smokers, black smokers, white smokers have been there, and we can see that the bacteria, I mean the LUCA, which we are going to name it, that LUCA organisms has been survived through this acidic environment. Acidic environment, I mean very hostile environment, everything. Okay, so these are the evidences we found for those life. So what is the proof of that? So our great scientist Miller in his lab has demonstrated in 1953 the essentials of life. And also the same experiment has been again by his student, has been recreated by Jeffrey Bada in 2007, and has been constructed the same essentials of life. So what is the recipe of life? Is there any recipe of life? So if you see recipe for life, Earth is 4.5 billion years. So what are the conditions are there? In Miller-Urey experiment in 1953, what are the conditions that has occurred? In Jeffrey Bada in 2007, what are the conditions? Just we are just comparing one another. So 4.5 billion years ago, life itself has been formed. But in these two experiments, essentials of life has been identified as amino acids and fatty acids, like that. Okay. So in 4.5 billion years ago, if there was a school, then there are two things, that is RNA and DNA. The organisms has been teaching others like just learn 4 alphabets, that's enough for life to sustain. So one theory says that RNA has been RNA is the first thing. RNA is first thing, and DNA has been again I mean it has been mutated into DNA. Yeah, first there are so many theories because there are only three basic elements like RNA, DNA, protein, which constitute life. So the basic theory many scientists has agreed is RNA world. That is RNA ionized due to the harsh environment and due to lightning strokes, and has stabilized into DNA, and those DNA has been continued from generation to generation. Okay. By the starting, there were no biodiversity. Diversity was there. So we can say stromatolites. Stromatolites means they are like bacteria forming layer by layer, like rocks, just like rocks. It was just forming by rocks by layer by layer. Okay. So in these stromatolites only, some cyanobacteria, in this stage only, cyanobacteria has also been arranged. So cyanobacteria are those which has polluted I mean we can say that when 3.5 billion years ago they had polluted that with oxygen, because it was not abundant in that period. So the major, if they have written any major paper clippings, it's just a comedy. We can see that there will be a debate like this. Already some of our friends has died. Save us, don't pollute with oxygen. If it is oxygen polluting, there will be a catastrophic effect. So this bacteria would be telling like this only, because the oxygen was the anaerobic organisms will be killed due to the heavy oxygen. Okay. So from this devastating release of oxygen pollutant, all the microbes, all the organisms severely has been eliminated, extended, and only some of the organisms has been survived. In this hostile environment, again, the living organisms has to do two things. One, to hide, or to, again, evolve, or to die. So, okay. So in that, some organisms has been evolved, like a big bacteria has engulfed a small bacteria, which can use, I mean, a big bacteria which can use oxygen, which has evolved into, which can use oxygen. It has engulfed the small bacteria and learned to coexist with them like symbiosis, and has taken it as a mitochondria into the cell, and has evolved into many biodiversified organisms. You can see this is the small thing, I mean, from prokaryote to eukaryotic evolution. So from this, we can see is a small peak from 4.5 billion years to now. From this era, almost so many organisms have came into existence and just gone away. And now just we are standing here in this era. We are just young to this planet. So before us, so many animals has came, and so many animals has polluted this earth with some chemicals. They didn't use any fridges or something like that, but I don't know how they polluted like that. And now we are existing because due to cyanobacteria, which has released oxygen. Due to the oxygen released, more energy has been dumped into the organisms. So every time when we ask why life is only on Earth, what is the source of life? If life is only on Earth, how Earth has retained the life? So these are the mind-boggling questions from them also, primates. So for answering them, some of the scientists like Aristotle says that actuality of the body that has life, they have given some definitions like life is the capacity of self-sustenance, growth, and reproduction. So there are many definitions of life, just from philosophy, taking from philosophy like René Descartes to scientists like Darwin. They are going to give definitions on life, and also even psychologists have tried to give so many definitions on life. Louis Pasteur has quoted life originated spontaneously from the living organisms only. So he had proposed that living organisms can give living organisms only. So Lamarck has said simple forms to life has evolved from simple forms to complex forms. He has also proposed that organisms will be driven from increasingly to complexity. So what are the sources of life? So where if the life want to persist and if life want to go on, it needs a liquid. I mean, liquid means when the earth conditions are there in 4.5 billion years ago, when the chemicals are boosting, and it needs a solvent. It needs a solvent. So there must be water, and also if the life had been begun, they need energy. So when the organisms were at 3.5 billion years ago, they used to get some chemical energy, and they have shifted it to photosynthetic by utilizing the energy of sun. So the main sources of energy we need to find is one liquid, or another one is energy. So our earth has retaining water, and also it is perishing. So how did our earth has retained so much of water, I mean so much of environment, so much of nature in this from 4.5 billion years to now? Is like it's a puzzle. So the magnetic forces which were now existing had then had then put up the environment, everything, in nature, everything. You can see here, in 4.5 billion years ago, the crust was very less. And in 3.5 billion years ago, the crust has been cooled. So the life can be sustained. 2.5 billion years ago, it has been somewhat, cool. You can see again here. Here, the organisms were using chemical energy in 3.5 billion years ago, and in 2.5 billion years ago they were relevantly on solar energy. Okay, now today the earth is like this. And also when the organisms has been created, life was easy, but surviving this has become a very hard. Up to now, the surviving of living organisms which were boosted in the form of life is very hard. So how did they survive? How did life survive from the 3.5 billion years to now? It's a puzzle again. From Ordovician, see, you can see now, here. Now we are saying in some environment place, I mean, everyone is saying we are spoiling the environment. The biodiversity has been, resource has been decreasing because we are killing all the organisms and everything. But Earth has also made so many disasters, like 85% of the species has been wiped out from the face of the earth in Ordovician period. In Devonian period, 70%. In Cambrian, Permian, 95%. This is the great dying, we say, at 76%, and 80% has been wiped out from the face of the earth. After this, dinosaurs have been wiped out, and now we are in the midst of the 6th mass extinction, but we don't know how it's going on. Okay, what are the causes and what are the reasons for these things? So first of all, we'll see Ordovician period. See how colorfully the living organisms and how diversified the organisms are being. But all these organisms has been wiped out due to coastal areas destroyed and chemical reactions affected by cold. And this is the Devonian period which we call golden age of fishes. This also has been destroyed by local destruction from debris and ocean life affected by temperature. And also in Permian, we can see again, these were talking again. These are anaerobic effect, a bit of bone. There is no atmosphere. Why what then? So in this Permian period also, so many of the events like some meteorites that hit the earth, and so the atmosphere has been hostile again, and this has been wiped out from the face of earth. So this is how, when before the KT mass extinction, the dinosaurs were talking. That's what I said. Don't get verbs. We are going to now also we are saying we are polluting like cyanobacteria. We are getting obese. So these are the things our ancestors have been discussing for many years. So this is how KT mass extinction has been occurred, and now we are just seeing them in fossils and also as fossils only. Just we don't see them naturally because they are all wiped out. We didn't wiped out. Earth and every universe has been wiped out. So is there life in solar system other than Earth? This is one problematic, because we know what our solar system has, and also now we know Earth and everything. We are also thinking that only Earth has life, and we are very happy to know it. But we had some signs of life on other solar systems. In a week ago, they had identified a phosphine gas, which is in 60 kilometers above the Venus, nearly 60 kilometers above the Venus. So you need to know that phosphine is a product of bacteria and also living organisms. And also in that hostile environment, the phosphine gas can't be like that only, but it is just coming out like in a again rearrangement process like that, and again they are just find out. So we are lucky if the bacteria and everything has been living in that 60 kilometers above the Venus planet. But when we go to the planet surface, it is about 470 degrees. We can't life can't even stay or nothing like that. But when we go above, here it is like Earth temperature 22-37 degrees, where the scientists had identified phosphine gas, and it may be the sign of life. So our nearby planet phosphine is also Venus is also having life. We don't know. They didn't had it confirmed. It may be by chemical reactions also. But the major issue is the phosphine gas is the sign of life. So they were very glad to announce that. And also we can see, so wherever the water, so now we had identified the signature of life, like phosphine gas in the signature of life in one of the planet Venus. Now we are going to Saturn's largest moon, Titan. It also have a water reserves. Mainly it has so many water reserves that sometimes we may escape to that if anything goes wrong on Earth, we can escape to there, or like in Star Wars or something like that, or maybe there, if we go there, we can see some life forms, a primitive form of life form. and also in Europa, which is the Jupiter's satellite. You can see here Jupiter satellite, the gain planet in our solar system, Jupiter. It has a planet called Europa, where we can see liquid oceans, which are glaciers. I mean, which are underneath Europa like this. So there is water in our solar system also, not only Earth, but also in some planets. We are going to see how the water is there. So we need to examine them. Is there any primitive life? Because we know that the intelligence life has been in Earth. We don't know whether it is there or not in other planets, but we are now watching them with our telescopes like Hubble telescope, everything which our scientists has been invented. We are just watching them. This is how, if any Mars has the Mars planet has, if the Mars has a life, the reactions, I mean, how they get the energy, how they get the liquid, like that. If we had any, if you had any picturization, NASA scientists had just gave the broad view, like they may be using the methane, they may be using formaldehyde like that, and they will be converting again and issuing into the environment. I mean, again sending them into the environment. So we do have many questions. So who is out there? Who is out there means out of the solar system. Now, up to now, we had notified some planets which are there in the solar system. Like Earth is a very beautiful planet, our home, which consists of very vast biodiversity and life. And another, we had identified a signature of phosphine gas, a life signature in Venus. In Europa, we had identified water reserves. In Titan, we had identified glaciers. And now I think in there we can see any form of life. But now we are going to see, is there any life out there? Are we alone in the universe, just in solar system? Right? So this some scientists had identified, of NASA had identified 1.6 times larger than the Earth and orbiting habitable zones of sun like Kepler 452b, could be one of the best in our galaxy. So for extraterrestrial life, further investigation will require advanced in space. So 1.6 times larger than Earth. So if we all go there, there will be no problem for accommodation and anything. So these are the potentially habitable exoplanets other than our solar system. So our Kepler has identified so many planets. So they had essentials of life like water, like that. Okay. Do we have any visitors still today? I mean, it's a bit, the ambiguous question because do we have visitors still today from other solar system, other planetary system to our Earth? Okay. Now, this one, I think you might have seen in 2017, Oumuamua in Hawaiian, they had named in Hawaiian native language, because they had named it because it was a fascinating thing, name for visitor, like that. Its name gives us a for visitor, like that. Oumuamua. So why it is so thing to discuss about now? Because we are saying, is there any visitors, and now we are discussing. So the orbit which it has came and how it came, everything, it is a very it's very mysterious. So it has very high speed and it's spinning around it. We didn't have photos also. I mean, the NASA scientists also didn't have any photos because in a week it has came and just gone away. It was spinning itself only, and it is of red color, and it may be of metal made of metal or any rock, which we don't know, because they couldn't launch a spacecraft near it, because in 1 week it had came just and went off like this. It came just near to that and just went off by crossing all the stars and everything. It just went off like that. So they named it as for visitor. Okay. So there may be so many, in universe there may be so many living organisms, intellectual living organisms like we saw in Star movies, I mean Star Wars or something like that, but we don't know. We are waiting because our science has now up to now led up to see these things. If we had noticed these things also before our life is a primitive form, if these things has came to the earth also, we couldn't find it out. Now, how do we get there? Is there any possibility to get to any stars? Because even a nearby star also, we need so many light years to travel. So how do we get there? Maybe there are some like time travel missions like that, but the most reliable source is wormholes, through wormholes. So what is a wormhole? Wormhole is like if you see if you can, I mean, if you point at 2 points in a paper, it will be very distant, and if you can bend it, it will be very near. So if you can jump into the one hole, into the one universe, we can go there. Like if we can find it in a 4th dimension or 5th dimension, we don't know up to now. We know some only in the science. It will be very miraculous for us to find the life on other planets or other surfaces. So up to now, we know how Earth has been retained the life on our planet. So there are so many questions again about the species, how Earth has retained. So we can see here the core and everything has maintained us to stay in this Earth, and also for many billion years and from many thousands of billion years, Earth has been retaining the life on Earth, life on its surface. But what is the future of Earth? Now, up to now, we had detected some old past stories, and now what is the story of Earth in future? Maybe in 5,000 years, I mean 500 billion years or something like that. Again, the carbon dioxide. Now, what we are polluting now, then it had become not that carbon dioxide will be lower, and the carbon plants which are fixing like C4 plants will be deprived of carbon dioxide, and they couldn't fix the carbon. And what happens then? Again, the plants will die, and all the organisms may be extinct. By then, we might have known that if humans are being living, they might have seen other exoplanets or another habitable planets to stay alive. I mean, as a species. So this beautiful life has sustained through many years. I mean, through many hard survival times, only just by coexistence and also by symbiosis and everything. Life is a thriving force to survive. Life thrives to survive. Okay. Are there any questions now? Are there any questions regarding this?
I request the participants to post their questions in the chat box. Madam will answer the questions. Madam, someone has raised a question in the chat box. Please go through that box. The question.
The chat box and not
There is a question regarding. Just a minute, I'll read out.
Yes, sir. Yeah, okay. Sir, can you just give me the question?
Swati,
I
will give you the question. Can you please predict how the coming decade will be in terms of biodiversity? From Samson Raju, sir.
It's a biodiversity. Always life is like it's the main purpose of the life is to survive. it's a really very hard purpose. So only it took so many forms and has existed as now. So it started from a single cell and it has been showing us so many biodiversified forms. But now it is now in this present era, the biodiversity is in sixth mass extension, as so many scientists are saying. So many of the biodiversity organisms are being decreasing. But it's not a discouraging thing. But we may see again other new life forms may take place in that era. So many life forms has been, as we are seeing here, so many life forms has been wiped out from the earth from time to time, and so many new living organisms are coming in their place. So the biodiversity will be booming such that it won't be empty. It won't again. It won't leave a space for space. This is the basic nature of life. Okay, is there any question, Sunita?
Yes, madam. Another question from Sharmila Tagore.
Okay.
Ma'am, can we say it as a positive vibe during this pandemic that the planet was healing itself?
Yeah, healing is a big concept. We think our planet has a self-sustainability, because from 4.5 billion years ago, from 4.5 billion years, it is sustaining. It will heal. If anything, like see, if you see the cyanobacteria which polluted with oxygen, they had been wiped out. I mean, so many bacteria has been wiped out, but Earth has changed a little bit. And also, when we see in again the mass extensions, which the meteorites hit so much hard on the Earth's surface, but the Earth didn't change anything. But it has changed some of its polarity, so that so much of life has been accumulated due to its gravitational forces. And also in dinosaur era, we can see meteorites had hit 2.5 billion years ago. Meteorites had hit the planet. By that way, the dinosaurs were been fully occupied that reptiles has been ruling that like anything, because like human beings now we are ruling, they were ruling then, but they had been wiped out. And now again mammals, which were the tiny organisms, they had been taking their place. But the thing is, Earth will sustain everything. If we create any pollution, anything, Earth will sustain, and it will take its necessary actions what is to be done. Yes. Yes, Sunita, is there any question again?
No, Swati, not it.
Okay.
Madam,
Okay. Yes.
shall I continue, madam?
Yes,
sir.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Professor G. Swati, madam. You gave
I
an
must
innovative
sir.
innovative talk, and you started in a innovative way also, and it was a fascinating thing. And
Thank you.
it is about a brief story of life, not history,
Yes, sir.
story of life.
Story of life. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Upon
Yes, sir.
Some signal problem from sir's side, it seems.
Okay. Okay. The thing is, now
Thank
we
you,
are in
madam.
a
Thank you so
yes,
much.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. If anyone has any questions, please just post me in the chat box. Thank you.
Madam, am I audible, madam?
Yes,
Yes,
sir, you
sir.
are audible, sir.
Can I proceed for the second presentation by?
Yes,
Can I
sir.
introduce the second resource person, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it is time. It is time to introduce the second resource person of this first technical session. Is Dr. Ahmad Abdul Halim Khan, MSc PhD, SET, Associate Fellow, TAS, Assistant Professor, Head Department of Botany, Telangana University. He has a vast research experience. 4 PhD scholars are working under him. Worked on minor research project, the quantitative and qualitative evaluation of leaf proteins, completed UGC startup grant entitled A Study on the Biodiversity of Endophytic Fungi in Apocynaceae, received CSR, foreign travel grant, and he has a number of administrative works like chairman, member, BO, board of studies, member, research committee, warden, PhD adjudicator. Apart from he has good research experience, he had a number of publications with scholar citation index of 288, H index 6, I10 index 4, research gate citations 178, reads 1869, research items 20. Had published one book, a textbook of immunology, and book chapters. He has written 6 book chapters. He had international reputed international papers in 18 reputed journals, 6 national papers, and he had published papers in conference proceedings of the 14. And he is having membership in number of professional bodies like Indian Science Congress Association, Medicinal and Aromatic Plants Association of India, Society of Biological Chemists India, Society for Advancement of Rice Research, Indian Society of Cell Biology, Society of Biotechnologists India, Society for Agriculture and Arid Ecology Research, ICAR Bekaneer, and he has participated in seminars and conferences in international 35, national 90, and 30 papers in various research he has published. Now I request Dr. Abdul Halim Khan to deliver his lecture on development in science and technology in post-independent India. Over to Dr. Abdul Halim Khan, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Dr. Srinivas, sir. I met you long back in Giriraj College when there was one seminar, national seminar.
Yes,
You have
sir.
visited
Sure, sir.
on that day.
I remember that one, sir. Yes.
It is a very warm introduction you have given. First of all, I would like to congratulate the chair, co-chair, the principal, the organizers, and my dear friend Swati and Dr. Sunita madam, and one and all who are the cast and crew of this entire program. 3 days international webinar. It is a very good initiative done by a government college. Whenever a government college or a government organization does some kind of event, it makes a very proud movement because we know very well what is the scenario of government organization and government employees in the society. So we are very proud today that a government organization is holding a very big event in a colorful manner by making the local people and also the international people to come on a common platform and share some new things. And very good thing is the international webinar has been named in a very unique way, and it makes a lot of hopes among the participants and the audiences. What is be the thing spoken and what could be the knowledge shared. So with this, I once again congratulate and thank the entire cast and crew, and I'll start my concept. That is, what is the thing? Whenever we see our students and we ourselves also are given a knowledge about social studies, who ruled in which era, in which year, and the complete social studies. When we see the complete social studies, it is a science which says a lot of things about the social. But when we come to the science, whether it may be a biology or it may be a botany or a zoology or whatever thing, but never people talk how science has been evolved in a country. Whatever may be, it may be India or abroad or internationally, east or west, nobody speaks about this concept, that how science has evolved and how today we are leading a sophisticated life. So it is a meager attempt from my side to share that how we have come into a comfortable life and what were the scenes in our country. Though our country is a great country with a good climate, wherever we go, we have all kind of habitats, like desert habitat is there, glaciers are there, rivers are there, plenty of fields are there. So what not? My country, that is why we say Pogadara Mi Talli Bhumi Bharati. So that is true. Where our poets have told, whatever the poets have told, the poets are not wrong. They did not praise. They told the fact. They have made our eyes to open. So they say that our country is, wherever you go, praise my country. Pray, like British rulers used to have an anthem that begins with praise the, means praise the Queen. Praise the Queen was the national anthem for English. So like that, praise the India always. Why? Because it has so many things. It is giving so much things to us. So with this, I'll start. So when we go back, that our country was always being fascinated by foreigners. We can say non-native people. The Aborigines were there in India, but though these Aborigines were there, but India was always from centuries long. When we talk, they were people invading always country, and always they took loot. They made lot of things from us. If we go in every corner, some or the other part of Indian, like Kohinoor is there, or something is there in some part of the world. That is the greatness of India. So, but when we talk about the independence, when we talk about independence, we always talk more about the particularly British rule. We talk about British rule because East India Company was the major one, which was the 300 above years ruled the country. And at that time, it was the whatever country was there, the country was considered into a poorest country among in the world, poorest country in the world. And literacy rate was very, very low. That was only 12%, hardly 12% were educated people, and the life expectancy was very less, 32 years, a man, average man. And at the same time, there was a lot of diversity in culture. When you see, countries are there, many countries are there, but here in only one country, so many languages, so many religions, and so many color of people. Though we are one, but we all belong to same motherland, but there were a lot of diversity. When you go in north, something different. When you go in south, different. When you go in east, west, every part of the country, there is a lot of diversity, lot of color. So because of the cultural diversity, again, we had a bad impact on our country. The Britishers went off, and they had a divide and rule policy, and our country was unfortunately divided into again 3 parts, as you know very well. So I don't want to talk all that. But now, after the independence, or when we stand today, India fortunately has become the top 5 economies of the world. So the journey from poorest to top 5 economy is bit glimpse in my presentation. So we always should be proud that our country has traveled a long way, when we see that and India has grown, and our Indian subcontinent has grown, and it brought a lot of things to our nation. So the science and technology was having an important role in making the country to become a top 5 economy. There were a lot of things done. That is, the 2 important things done was the self-sufficiency in food. As you know, the world's important business is agriculture. People say that IT is there, this is there, that is there, but people always forget. What they forget is agriculture is the backbone of the nation to give not only food, but also the money. Money making is done only by agriculture. The agricultural products, either marketing, either production, or whatever it may be, but the whole and soul, all over the world, agriculture is the backbone of the economy. And today we have crossed a big number of population, where we stood second populous country in the world in number of people. So here today we have good food, and the thing is the good healthcare. See, we are now facing a pandemic. Though we are facing a pandemic, but still death toll is very, very, very low in our country, just because of the policies of our government and the policies on developments and the different research R&D organizations in India have made all these things. Okay, so today we are not only good in food making and healthcare, but also we are good in academics today. As you know, our citizens, our Indian brothers and sisters are working everywhere, proud to say NASA to Japan or whatever part of the world, wherever you go, our academics are very, very famous, and our basic science, the lot of contributions have been done from Indian science, though records were not done properly, but still we have lot of science, kitchen science, lot of science originated from our country. Like we have Bhaskaracharya and so Aryabhatta and so many people who did lot of things and gave lot to the world. IT, pharma industry, and nowadays space research is the leading part of our country, and there are so many other sectors where the country is moving very fast. People still say it is an underdeveloping country, but now it is not the world which can called underdeveloping country, because even though there was such a long lockdown in a country and there were a lot of ups and downs, but still we are leading a good life and better life than the other countries compared with the Asia. When you see the Asian continent or other African continent or other continents where there are people struggling to live, here that is not there. So like this, I want to start the story long back where we go that what happened. India has got independence a long way. You know, I know very well. But the biggest problem at that end was the world was struggling with a very big kind of same viral problem what we are facing today. That is the smallpox. Smallpox was, as I told you, the life expectancy was very short. Life was very short. People used to live only for 32 years. Hardly they used to live a very short life just because of lot of diseases were there. Immediately when the country got independence, the major problem or one of the problem was poor in healthcare. Healthcare was not at all well developed at that moment. And smallpox was the most important major problem which was being solved by the vaccination of smallpox, right? The smallpox was the biggest achievement. The eradication of smallpox was the biggest eradication, the story in 50s and 60s. In 50s and 60s, the children, because a lot of Indian citizens used to die at a very young age group was badly affected. Young age group was badly affected by the such viral problem called smallpox. And smallpox was eradicated, but again the other disease has come to India, that is a malaria. Malaria is still same slow creeping disease, and again seasonally we can see lot of problems of this malaria because of slums and other things. And followed by this, the major thing which I wanted to talk now in today's concept is what was the scenario of country in case when we talk about food. The biggest problem was there was a big drought, no rainfall was there. Though country today is a leading producer of food grains, agriculture was very, very bad in condition. So at that moment, at that moment, whatever the prime minister was there, so prime minister has designed lot of multi-purpose irrigational projects on major rivers. Though for the Britishers have made some efforts to make the irrigational projects like we have on Godavari, Krishna and all that, but still there was a need of water storage because the agriculture was badly affected due to the low rainfalls. So the problem was we used to get the food, or we used to get the food grains like the wheat, etc. from other countries. So at that moment, the major problem what we used to see was the food was a bad need. We used to get the food from other countries. We used to pay money. We used to buy food at that time. So we used to get the food from particularly other nations. Like America used to send us the wheat. America was the one which used to give us the wheat, and we used to spend the money, and it was a very long way from sea. It has to reach our country, and by paying money also, it was a very great hardship to get the food in time to the country. So Norman Borlaug, the person who was a pioneer for Green Revolution, he in 1960s has done a lot of efforts, and followed by our Indian Norman Borlaug. You have to see the one picture where we can see MS Swaminathan. Still, he is there with us. So the food was coming from ship to mouth, and silo to ship. This was the condition, this was the situation in what we used to see in the country. And at that time, the bad at that time, the food was coming from ship to mouth, but now we have developed our own technology, and by developing our own technology, today we are now able to send the food from silo to ship. We are now the one who are exporting the things instead of importing. So the efforts of Green Revolution in 1960s started by Norman Borlaug, using of hybrid varieties of seeds, and using of fertilizers, improving the soil fertility. Though there were shortcomings in a long time when we used agrochemicals. When we used agrochemicals were a little bit showing less, to say, bad efforts. But at that moment, in 60s, the lost business agriculture turned into a beneficial benefit. It has given a lot of benefit to us. So the major achievement after smallpox vaccination was making the lot of food, they have told, very old data is there in 3 and 4, the metric tons. In metric tons, this was the yield what we obtained because of Green Revolution. And then comes this, the problem was the proteinaceous diet. Okay. Getting the proteinaceous diet was again a problem, because though the country has mixed kind of people, some people are vegetarians and some are non-vegetarians, and still our India is a only country where a major population is vegetarian people who don't eat meat and it's animal-based products. Though milk is consumed, but still there was a scarcity of protein malnutrition was a problem. So we should salute the Agriculture University, that is GB Pant Agriculture University. GB Pant has introduced soybean to us. So this soybean is well known to give the soybean chunks and soybean oil. Okay, so both two, vice versa, soybean was introduced, and protein deficiency was tried to be solved. Okay, then comes this 69 and 70s era has come. After 50, 60, 70 has come. Now the country has developed lot of nutrition-based research to give what is the status of country, what the citizens, what the people in India need actually. So at that time, the government has started the institutes, national institutes. One part of that is the National Institute of Nutrition, which is located in Hyderabad, and there are some other research institutes slowly has come by 70s. And by the evolution of this institutes based on who conduct research in nutrition, they have given us solution by doing lot of work on biochemistry and metabolism. So, and they have also checked the nutritive value of the Indian foods, and they have checked what kind of diet should be there, appropriate diet should be there, and how to manage and prevent the nutritional problems, how to work with the community like that. And ultimately by 70s, food items and what kind of food should be given, what kind of food ingredients should be there in that table, dietary table. So a lot of things a lot of dairy was there in India. So protein, calorie, nutrition, malnutrition was solved by 70s, and then comes is we can see the two major diseases were eradicated. That is goiter. You know very well goiter. That is lack of iodine containing salt or iodine containing food, which is making the to say goiter. And the other one was a big problem, that is night blindness. And by 70s, all these nutrition-based diseases were come to an end. Okay. And then comes is the next important part, that is the drug. So in a big part late, I will be in the presentation going how the slowly drug, or you can say your whatever medicines, your medicines have, after the nutrition, next thing was a treatment, getting the proper chemotherapeutic compounds. So here comes is we can see that the chemical, drug industry or pharma industry was very less in our country at that time in 70s, and they have started the drug companies, and a major employment was solved in 70s by growing the pharma, and healthcare was become very strong. And after that, lot of academic development was done with lot of new biology labs and departments in various universities. You can see the list of new universities, and lot of techniques were there. When they say new techniques were there, like structural biology, monoclonal antibodies, RDNA technology, bioinformatics, and so many new things have come, and no new universities, new institutes have come. And government has started a new wing for promoting the R&D in country, that is called DBT, Department of Biotechnology, and a lot of funding was started in the country, like extramural grants, small biotech startups, so many new things, like scientific exchanges with other countries, hands-on workshops and courses, and a lot of things were done. And now the country has emerged as a largest supporter of R&D, research and development in biotechnology. And now this is a very interesting story I wanted to tell, that is the 80s story. 70s story was a era where government has started the Department of Biotechnology and Pharma, and now in 80s it is a very big thing has come, that is the particularly the age of bovine and ovine decade, poultry and the dairy business. Now the time was there when people are having the non-veg, when they are having a problem of particularly protein. Calorie protein malnutrition was the biggest challenge in the country. To overcome the problem, protein, one is a source is a milk, other one is the egg and the meat. So now this was a time when 1980s, when there was a big revolution in the both fields, that is bovine and ovine. Now country has turned to be the 5th world's largest egg producing country. 1.6 million tons of eggs per annum is being produced in the country, and specific pathogen free eggs are made, and lot of egg research was started. Like egg is a good for viral cultivation or multiplication of virus. And next was the picture. We are in center our at that time Prime Minister Morarji Desai ji, and the one man with a right on the left side is a Korean Verghese. I'm going to talk. I think you would have seen this hoarding in your native, anywhere in your native. That is a small girl, Amul girl, and in the center we have our Korean Verghese. And now is a era where we have got a lot of food for infants, because there was a big challenge. What was the big challenge? Challenge was the young ones are born either with a low calories, or after that the mother is not able to feed the babies was a big challenge at that time. And for that, they have tried for a particularly infant milk substitute, that is the Amul spray. It is the time when we, in 80s, we got a substitute of milk. Why we got the substitute of milk is because the milk in some seasons are plenty and in some seasons it is very scarce. When the summer comes, we can see that milk supply becomes less. When the other seasons come, then season wise, like that was a problem. So here is a beautiful picture how the white revolution has commenced in India and how the Amul has revolutionized the ideology of Indian minds to get the skimmed milk, because in some seasons there was a plenty of milk and in some seasons there was a scarcity of milk. So till that time there was no skim milk, powdered milk was not available. So when you see prior to 1945, before independence, the farmers of a place called Kaira has seasonal rains, and elsewhere in the country the milk was produced and sold in a, when there was more milk, the milk price used to fall down, and when the milk was less, the milk price was going up. Less milk, more price, more milk, less price. This was a way farmers were being very much affected, very much affected. And now the 46, when we talk at that time, Morarji Desai was the person who held a meeting with particularly the farmers of that place, and he started societies for the first time in a district of Gujarat, that is Kaira, and he made some efforts so that the milk farmer should not suffer. And then in 1948, the process called pasteurization was introduced, and these societies have started producing, I mean, it's collecting the milk, 250 liters per day, and they used to pasteurize it, and they used to have a step, that is they could preserve the milk for some time. Okay, then comes this, it was in 1956, some 7 years, 8 years after that, they have started the particularly change in a milk. They started making milk products from excess milk. When the milk was excess, it was not sold at a less price. Instead of selling it at a less price, they did is they have gone and they have they got the idea that when the milk is excess, they will not sell the milk at a less price. Instead of selling it less price, they felt that the milk should be utilized for the making of butter and the skim powder. And like that, in 65 in Anand, there was a board called National Dairy Development Board was developed. And then in 74, the particularly India's first milk sachets were developed, okay, by using low density polyethylene. And likewise, the milk today has become the, today till date, from 1974 to till date, we are getting the milk in the sachets, right? And now it is a time when we talk about the 90s. 90s had a big boom of biotech in India, because now the time has commenced to get the vaccines not of ordinary. You might be having the idea, vaccines could be a live vaccine, vaccine could be a attenuated vaccine, but a new variety of vaccine have emerged, that is a recombinant vaccine, where the genetic material is being incorporated and injected in the particularly supposed persons or as a prophylactic measure. So India has a boom because already DBT has started by the government in 70s itself, and by 90s DBT has become very strong in supporting lot of research, and lot of vaccines are developed in our country by 90s by biotech companies like DPT vaccine, you know, the diphtheria, pertussis and tetanus vaccine, BCG vaccine for the TB, then MMR vaccine, that is a triple antigen vaccine, oral polio vaccine, then the FMD, then hepatitis B, rabies, leprosy, poultry vaccines. So poultry industry was also in a bad impact of various viral problems. So at that time, 90s, they have started giving different vaccines in poultry industry also. And several vaccines were under trial, and now these all vaccines, like HIV is still undergoing, and malaria is still undergoing, and diarrhea is still undergoing, because all these vaccines are still in the pipeline. And now it is a time to talk something about how the pharma industry in 70s have come into the limelight. Here we can see that pharma industry was actually started in India after the British rule, or after the British rule. Before British rule, as we know very well, that our country was being having two systems. One is our old system, that is the Ayurveda, Siddha, and the other one is the Unani. These two forms were by using the different plant forms, medicinal plant forms, Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani were done, and still a lot of folklore medicine was there in India for treating the dog bite, or for treating the fractures of bone, or having abortions, having if some person is having infertility, to treat infertility. Some common elements were being treated in Indian medicine by folklore. The Britishers have started in 19th century some pharma company by the existence of chemotherapy. When chemotherapy has become the important part, chemotherapy, if not before chemotherapy, we were depending on the medicinal plants for treating the various ailments, right? And in India, the first pharma industry was developed in Bengal, that is Bengal Chemicals and Pharmaceutical Works, BCPW, in 1901 in Kolkata, by a very famous person. If the students are listening, please students note down this point. The very famous person, a very well known Indian, that is Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray, PC Ray. He is known as PC Ray, very well known. So PC Ray was a person who just with a meager amount of 700 has started Bengal Chemicals and Pharmaceutical Works in 1901. Okay, so and by using the British pharmacopoeia, at that time they used to make the medicine or drugs. And soon after that, we got the first Indian chemical drug testing laboratory, that is NCL Pune. NCL Pune was set up in 1950, and by 1965, a lot of programs have been done. You can see the list under the leadership of Dr. B.D. Tilak, the director of the institute, and NCL Pune has done a lot of products like berberine hydrochloride and some hexyl resorcinol, hydroxycoumarin, phenoxyacetic acid, and so many things were being developed. And today, the lot of drugs are there available in the market, which are developed by NCL Pune. Still, NCL Pune is a star in the Indian chemical drug testing. And then comes is the next one, that is the CDRI, Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow. It was just 1 year later of the NCL Pune developed, and it was also known to screen, synthesize, and developmental studies and scaling up of the drugs, lot of drugs for our country, and a lot of lot of patents have been, a lot of research articles, lot of patents, lot of international patents, Indian patents, and lot of people who are pursuing PhD in this institute, Lucknow. And then comes this, we will talk about a very important company. You might be very frequently purchasing one or the other product of this company, that is called Cipla. What is Cipla? Cipla is Chemical Industrial Pharmaceutical Laboratories. It was established in 1935. At the time, a person called Dr. Khwaja Abdul Hamid, he has started the particularly Cipla or Chemical Industrial Pharmaceutical Laboratories, that is CIPL, and now it has become CIPLA in 1984. And this company today is known to make a lot of generic medicine. This is very interesting story for students, especially generic medicine. What is generic medicine? I'll be talking, but I'll talk something about Cipla and then I'll move. So Cipla is very famous in supplying lot of respiratory therapeutics, therapeutics for respiratory problems. Cipla is very important, and the lot of drugs against HIV are being made by this, and then comes this very famous or well-known person. I think very well all of us might be knowing. We should thank this person who is known as Kalam Anjireddy. He is a person who did his PhD from the Chemical Engineering Department of NCL Pune, what I was talking, and he started his career from a well-known, renowned pharma association, that is IDPL, Indian Drugs and Pharmaceuticals. Then in 1975, Anjireddy sir has left the IDPL and he started in 1984 a very big today's renowned pharma R&D and manufacturing unit, that is called Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. He was only having 25 lakhs at that time, and he has, with these 25 lakhs, today a well-known person in the, not only our twin states, but also in the in the country, but in the world. He was a son of a turmeric farmer. Most of the children who are attending this webinar should be proud that we are the children of farmer. What we can do? See, Anjireddy Garu is a turmeric farmer, for your well-known thing, and he did his revolutionary thing, and he turned the stone of country, not only his family, but turned the stone of country in the world. So the development of the Reddy's Laboratories is one of the biggest achievement in 1984. And now, dear children, I'll be talking well known about the one small concept, that is generic drugs. My time is going to up, and now generic drugs is, what is generic drug? See, when for example, when you're making a new invention, for example, suppose you're making a new invention. I have made some chemical compound which is useful for treating a fever, paracetamol. So then what I will do is, I will go and make a particularly report in an office called patent office. Then after getting a patent, I have the patent office, from patent office, whatever the records are there, I can sell to somebody. But this patent, I mean to say, patent means nobody can use this drug or nobody can make the drug. But as per the US patent office, after the 20 years of making a drug, the rights, whole rights of that whatever making is there will no more in the hands of patent person, holding person. So the same drug can be made with some other name, same means same chemical composition. Okay, here the line, after 20 years period when patent lapse, the company can manufacture the same drug with same chemical composition. Such drugs are called generic drugs. Jan Aushadhi. If you know, now the government has started Pradhan Mantri Jan Aushadhi, where a lot of generic drugs are sold. In India, India is a capital for generic drugs, means they will make lot of drugs. Why we will make a generic drug? What is the need of making a generic drug? So why we make a generic drug is because when the drug is sold by patent, the price will be very high. For example, 1,000 rupees one tablet you will get, but the same tablet, when it is coming to a generic drug, it will become 100 rupees. 1,000 rupees drug downs to 100 rupees. Just they will be putting the manufacturer charges and they will be selling. That is the Jan Aushadhi now what is doing now. And now the India has become the largest producer for getting the generic drugs. India is the largest. So we are making a lot of bulk drugs. So see, there are two type of drugs. One is a finished drug, other is a bulk drug. What do you mean by bulk drug? Bulk drug is just nothing but powdered form. For example, I am having a So for example, I'm having a paracetamol. Paracetamol first will be not in the form of tablet. It will be in the form of powder. So powder form of drug without any mixing is called bulk drug. But after making it into a tablet form, it will become a finished product or finished drug. So we have bulk drug, we have finished drug. So 95% of the bulk drugs are made from our country. So generic drugs and bulk drugs are made lot of things in our country. Now, third largest of the world's, I'm going to say, bulk drugs are being supplied, and 13 largest in the value. And this table is the one which is telling you what is the status of Indian pharma companies or pharma industries by 2017. You can see it is growing every year by 15% by the 2015 and 2020, and we are able to earn 55 billion US dollars, and we are the branded generic people who are selling 80% market share. Then lot of things, whatever details are there, and government is moving far to develop their pharma business and earn lot. So these are some of the drugs and healthcare products. These are some of the healthcare products where you can see not only drugs but also diagnostics. Lot of tests nowadays. You are seeing that RT-PCR is done or immunodiagnosis is done for our viral infection, present viral infection, COVID infection. So the immunodiagnostics is based on antibodies, using antibodies or antigens like that. So lot of diagnostics for radioimmunoassay, enzyme linked assay, and HIV and hepatitis, all these are made in India. Lot of drugs, you can see the lot of big list. So as first speaker was talking about diabetes, so insulin is also made in India, and a lot of monoclonal antibodies to treat lot of illnesses is done by India, and lot of antiretrovirals are being done. Then also non-steroid anti-inflammatory drugs are made, interferons are made. So many big list, not only this, whatever shown in the slide, but a big list of drugs is made by India. Big list of diagnostics are made by India. Then agri-biotech products. This is very important because our agri-business has turned into a very good milestone because of getting lot of hybrid varieties of superior seeds are developed. And the more important is we are having lot of biopesticides developed in our country. And you know our country very well practiced. We have lot of animals, bovine animals at home. So what we'll do is we'll collect the manure and we'll use it as a fertilizer. Not only that fertilizer, but also nowadays lot of biofertilizer companies have emerged which are using the lot of biofertilizers in the form like cyanobacterial fertilizers are there, or some other fertilizers are there. Not only that, some bioinformatic based drugs are also developed in our country. So not only that, but also the most important of the 20th century is the development of particularly tissue culture, plant tissue culture. Development of plant tissue culture is done because of a very well-known person. What you're seeing to him in a photo, he is none other than Professor Panchanan Maheshwari ji. So he was the father of Indian, modern embryology, plant embryology especially. So he laid the plant tissue culture in India. He collected the plant reproductive parts like the pollens and ovules, and he started a new era of getting the plants by using the pollens and ovules. Okay, so this was the important part of what we have seen in India from 1958 to 1965, where Indian science of plant tissue culture has a long way we can see. So Professor Panchanan Maheshwari and Professor Rangaswamy has developed somatic embryos of citrus ovules. Then again, the test tube fertilization in the families like Brassicaceae and Papaveracea. Then again, Maheshwari sir has done the fertilization, test tube fertilization of angiosperms, and some other milestones were done. And ultimately, we were able to get a lot of superior varieties of plants by using test tube based cultivations. And this is the various biotic industries average income generated in the various years. Then comes is the share of biotech sectors, what has given money for us, and top 10 companies of biotech. We can see here lot of companies, at least 20 list has been given, where lot of companies of our origin, our state origin are Nuzividu Seeds is there, then the Shanta Biotech is there, Bharat Biotech is there, and lot of companies which are there in our state are doing well in the business of biotech companies earnings. And lot of other companies based are there in this surrounding, like Genie is there, Shanta is there, Bharat is there, GVK is there. Then lot of state governments are also putting no efforts. I mean to say, lot of efforts are done. No stone is turned. I mean to say, lot of stones are turned to develop biotech parks in our capital cities of state, like that. Okay, so now stem cell is the current theme of research, area of research to solve lot of problems, and there are several problems coming, and all challenges are being solved by science and technology. And coming days we are going to see lot of developments in the various fields. So with this, I hope that I have come to an end. So hope you have followed what are the chronicles of the science and technology in India, and how India has come into the biggest nation. Hello, sir, Dr. Srinivas, sir. Hello. My presentation comes to end, sir.
Sir, am I audible, sir? Wonderful presentation, sir. Wonderful presentation. You touched the evolutionary and chronological aspect of Indian science and its research, and right from 1950s onwards up to 2000, this decade, the areas of research and specialization, what are the different innovations, and what the Indian scientific scenario focused, and how it overcome all these issues, and how the science has sustained for the welfare of mankind. Your presentation touched upon all these aspects, sir. Thank you so much. And it is a very lucid and vivid presentation regarding the chronological evolution of Indian science after the post-independent era. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your nice presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, organizers, for this opportunity.
Sunita madam.
Sir, with your permission, let me take the privilege of introducing Eliezer, sir.
Right, madam. You can proceed, sir. Madam. Proceed.
Okay, thank you, sir. It's my privilege to introduce the resource person of this session, Dr. B. Elia, who is a colleague as well as a teacher for me. Dr. B. Elia graduated from Andhra Lailo College, Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh, an institution now NAC re-accredited at A+ and ranked 36 by NIRF. Dr. Elia did his post-graduation in zoology with aquaculture specialization from Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. He has a doctorate in zoology from Acharya Nagarjuna University. His thesis titled A Study of Systematics, Phylogeny and Biogeography of Bathynellasians which includes Crustacea, Malacostraca, Syncarida from peninsular India, with a description of 8 new species, is the first of its kind on groundwater biodiversity, not only from India, but from the whole of South Asia as well. For his doctorate, Dr. Elia Bandari worked under Professor Dr. Y. Rangareddy, a world-renowned copypod taxonomist, stegobiologist, and Janaki Ammal Awardee for animal taxonomy for the year 2007. While researching at Acharya Nagarjuna University, Dr. Elia also taught for some duration in the Department of Zoology of Andhra Loyola College. Dr. Elia got trained at Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, Thiruvananthapuram, on DNA barcoding of animals using cytochrome C oxidase subunit 1 in the year 2014. Dr. Elia entered into government service as Assistant Professor of Zoology in the year 2011. His first posting was at PR Government College Autonomous Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh. While at PR Government College Autonomous Kakinada, Dr. Elia completed one UGC Zero minor research project on the Bathynellasian biodiversity of subterranean waters of Andhra Pradesh with an emphasis on systematics, phylogeny, and biogeography. Dr. Elia till now published 5 research articles, all in international journals. His other research interests include molecular phylogeny, historical biogeography, and biospeleology. Dr. Elia is now with Government Degree College Pittapuram, Andhra Pradesh, as an assistant professor of zoology and organized one international webinar on biomedical product development, challenges and opportunities quite recently. With this brief introduction, I invite Dr. Bandari Elia to deliver his lecture.
Yeah,
Welcome, sir.
thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I hope I am very clear
Yes, sir, you are
regarding my
very
voice
yes,
there.
yes, sir, you are very much audible, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for those nice words about me.
Okay,
And I am happy to see my senior colleague, former senior colleague, Dr. N. Srinivas Garu as a chairperson today. I thank Principal Sir of Government Degree College, Ravulapalem, Dr. B.V. Tirupaniam Sir, for giving me this opportunity to share this virtual platform with eminent research scholars and scientists. I also thank Madam Sunita, organizing secretary of this international conference, for giving me this opportunity. And I thank all the organizers and congratulate them for this wonderful international conference. I would like to share my screen. Is it visible, madam, there?
yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Okay, sir.
So straight away we shall go to this topic, and I'm not going to take much of your time. Just please bear with me, because this is the last talk. Some may get bored, and at present I am able to see some 65 participants online. That's a good number. And this is International Virtual Conference on Spring of Life, the Perfume of Nature. The title of my presentation is this one. You can see it on screen. Biodiversity of Subterranean Freshwaters of India. I just would like to show a bit of that spring of life to you, and also a bit of perfume of nature. Here we go. This is the question for the participants. Please interact with me, and you can post your answers in the chat box. This is the question. Do you think there is some biodiversity at some 70 to 100 feet below this earth? That is from the ground level. That's the question. Just put yes or no in the chat box, just for a minute of interaction. I am blocking my video for some convenience and comfort. And if there is any interruption there, madam, you can stop me at any point of time and then talk to me.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, one has said yes, only one. What happened to the remaining 64 participants? Not interacting. Please interact, please. Yeah. 3 yes and no, one no is there. Shailaja Tirukalwa, then Spurti Sandras saying yes. Okay, 3, then 4, some 4 responses. Let us see whether there is some life beneath our feet, beneath this planet Earth, below the ground level. Let us see, and at the end, you'll also have to answer one more question. Okay, this is actually the definition of biodiversity. It tells that it is the total variability of life in the biosphere, but it is often seen in the restricted sense of epigean flora and fauna, both terrestrial and aquatic. Epigean means above the ground level. And paradoxically, the vast and varied hypogean biodiversity has received little attention, especially in South Asia, including India. There is a misconception that groundwater is azoic, except for some harmless bacteria. People think that groundwater is without life. And definition for biodiversity says it is the total variability of life in the biosphere. Most people are aware of only epigean biodiversity, that is the biodiversity above the ground level. Today I am going to take you through hypogean biodiversity present below the surface of earth, below the ground level. I am not talking about bacteria or some other microbes. I am talking about kingdom Animalia. Biodiversity of kingdom Animalia below the surface of earth, which is called hypogean biodiversity. Yeah, some years ago I was doing like this, taking a plankton net and filtering water coming from a bore well. And it is not water coming from a pond or a lake. It is water coming directly from the ground, from a bore well. And people were wondering, what is this man doing there? Just filtering water. Is he filtering for dust particles or what? So I was filtering like that. Of course, this is one of the recent pictures only, taken some years ago, but we started this work in the year 2000 itself. And this is another bore well, water coming directly from the ground. This water is not from a pond or from a lake or from the plantation. No, it is coming directly from the ground, filtering water through plankton net. And why am I holding that net? Because there is no grip there to just tie there and go away, enjoy and come. Water will be coming out with much force. It will push it away. It will throw away that net. So sometimes you have to patiently wait there and hold that net for some duration to filter that water coming directly from the ground. So another picture, same case, filtering water coming directly from the ground. It's a huge pipe, you can see that, and you can see huge amount of water coming out with force, and you have to take a big size plankton net also for this case, where if there is no grip, you have to tie that, no grip, and you cannot tie, you have to hold that net for some duration there to filter that water to see if there is some life in that water sample or not. You are seeing on the screen Professor Rangareddy of Acharya Nagarjuna University receiving prestigious Janaki Ammal Award for the year 2007 from Ministry of Environment and Forests. Professor Rangareddy, way back some 2 decades ago, he directed me to do that type of work, filtering water through plankton net, groundwater, to check whether there is life in that water sample or not. Professor Rangareddy is the one who discovered order Bethnalaceae, which occurs in the groundwater samples. You can see that order Bethnalaceae even in Robert Barnett's book on invertebrates, which comes under class Crustacea. But till then, till the work started by Professor Rangareddy of Acharya Nagarjuna University here in Andhra Pradesh, no one in India knows, they were knowing about this order, one order called order Bethnalaceae, coming under class Crustacea. Yeah, before going to the life in the groundwater sample, just look at that terminology. You don't have to by heart. People from all subjects are there. Groundwater biology is equal to stegobiology. We call it stegobiology or even phytobiology. Stegon or stegobion, it is any groundwater biotope. For example, wells, sinkholes, etc. Troglon means water bodies in underground caves and subterranean passages. Crinon means a spring water biotope. Hyporheic, it means pertaining to saturated sediments beneath or beside streams and rivers. Lacustrine, it means sandy and gravelly lake margins. And these groundwater animals, groundwater fauna, they are called stegofauna. There are different types of stegofauna. Stegobionts means they are true groundwater dwellers. Stegophiles means they are the ones thriving in caves or subterranean passages. Stegoxenes found only occasionally or accidentally in caves or subterranean passages. Subterranean means below the ground level. I would like to also highlight that I'm not talking about the marine organisms. I'm not talking about the seawater. I'm talking about fresh water, which is occurring below the ground level. This is for zoology people regarding the organisms about which I am going to talk. There are many living organisms in the groundwater sample which we drink sometimes directly. But I am going to concentrate today only on order Bethanalaceae, which was discovered in India by Professor Y. Rangareddy of Acharya Nagarjuna University. Under order Bethanalaceae, there are two families, family Parabethanalidae and also family Bethanalidae. So I'm going to concentrate more on Bethanalaceae. At the same time, I'll also show some pictures about the fauna occurring in the groundwater sample. These are the different fauna which appear in groundwater samples. I have put names also there. You can see some cyclopoid copepods and herpacticoid copepods on the screen. You can see in the second row Parastenocaris, which is widely available in groundwater samples, and Parvulobethanella, Indobethanella, and Habrobethanella. I just want to tell you to take a close look about their body form, how varied the body form is, and all these they occur in the groundwater samples. I'll also tell you how to draw these pictures, how to make these pictures of these organisms, Stygofauna. So this is another slide showing two pictures side by side, both of them belonging to the genus Etopobetanella. Species are different. They occur in groundwater samples. Not only groundwater samples, they also occur at the shore of rivers. At the shore of rivers, you can see sand. So these occur beneath the sand, between the sand particles. I'll tell you how to take out those organisms from the sand. Are these pictures interesting and beautiful? Some participants can post it in the chat box, whether they are interesting or not, or beautiful or not. Already some are thanking the speakers, but I'm asking about the pictures. Okay, some are saying, yeah, it is beautiful. Okay. I ask you to tell the difference between these two. You notice between these two. By if you ask a layperson, any layperson can tell, sir, this is looking like a prawn. Yes, it belongs to Russia. But order is like prawn for a layperson. They may say it is juvenile of prawn, but it is not juvenile of prawn. It is a Madam, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, it is audible, sir. Audible. Sir, it is
Yes,
audible.
sir, you are audible, sir.
What about the screen? Slide?
Slide is not
Sir,
visible.
please share, sir.
Slide is not visible now?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, sir. Please share it, sir.
What about now?
Yes, sir,
Now?
it's visible now, sir.
It's visible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. You are not posting the answer in the chat box. I'm asking the participants to just interact with me. You can post it in the chat box. What difference do you notice between these two? If you observe carefully, you can see the number of legs difference. The one which is appearing in golden color, it is having some pairs of legs. Whereas the one which is appearing transparent on the right side, it is having only 6 pairs of legs. That is the morphological difference which we can understand from this picture. There are many differences. We will see that later, how to study those differences. But this is the one which any layperson can tell by taking a close look. See, this is a SAM picture, scanning electron microscope picture of Etopobathnella indica, which you have seen just now, the one which appeared in golden color. This study was carried out at Rosca Labs of the then Acharya Enjiranga Agricultural University, now which is called Professor Jaishankar University in Hyderabad, Telangana state. It's not high resolution picture, but still we can appreciate this organism from this SAM picture. And this is its posterior end having, I'll just take a pointer. Yeah, this is the posterior end of the organism with these spines here. These are the spines. These spines are very important for taxonomy. This is SAM picture, scanning electron microscope picture, taken at Ruska Labs, Hyderabad. Now it is called Professor Jaishankar Agricultural University. We have to pay heavily for them. It is a payment service, so we cannot carry out a detailed study of these organisms. This is appearing like a button to you, like a button. It is leg 8 for male. It appears only for male. A male Bethnalacean, the two of family Parabethnalidae, shows this leg called leg 8, like this, like a button. This is also some picture, but details are not there. Only for you can just see and then appreciate the some picture. This is another species. It is called Etopobeithnella nellorensis. And while working for my PhD, I got this at Nellore. Some of you might have been there now, connected from Nellore. There is Mutkur Fisheries College. In that road, in those days, in 2003, that road was very beautiful with the plantations, trees, fresh air. There was a borewell there in that road in those days. So when I filtered that water, I got this species. Now you go there to Mutkur Fisheries College Road, you see there very big project. Krishnapatnam project has come up there, and many hotels, lot of pollution, everything. Even that borewell has gone. It's not there now. Some time ago I visited to collect some more specimens when I was at PR Government College, but that borewell was not there. So everything has changed because of that Krishnapatnam port, urbanization. This is another picture of another parabethnelid. You may say, sir, all are appearing same to me. No, they are not same. They are different. A difference lies in their mouth parts, in their legs, in their posterior end. So a taxonomist has to study all these to say what species it is and which genus it belongs to. He has to study all those anatomical details. Let me take this pointer again. Can you all see this small spine-like thing here? Post it in the chat box if you can see or not. A small spine-like thing. Chat box. Yes. Only one is responding, that too from GDC Ravulapalem only. Yeah, one more. Rupinder Kaur. So he from. Yeah, so he, yes. He said yes, yes, yes. That's fine, that's fine. The small one is leg 8 for a female. That button-like structure which I showed, that is for male. That is leg 8 male, whereas this small spine-like structure is leg 8 for a female. So if you say, any layperson can ask you, if you say these are the animals, these are the fauna, then any layperson can ask you, how can you differentiate a male and a female? This is the difference. Leg 8 for a male is like a small button, whereas for female it is just like a small spine-like thing. Okay, till now I have shown you Bethnelasian species from our country. I'll just show you some pictures, some Bethnelasians even from different countries. You are listening to a person who has worked on these organisms. You are listening to first-hand information. This is not just compiling information and then talking. You are listening to a person who has seen these organisms, who has worked with these organisms, who has felt the perfume of nature. This is Paraibirobethnella fagi by Camacho et al. 2017. It is appearing big, a little bit big. Some of you may ask me the size of this organism. See here, madam has put 1 mm. Dr. Camacho madam has put 1 mm. Madam is from Spain. She works on all these type of organisms. And our Indian species, they are less than 1 mm. They are not visible to the naked eye. Some of you may ask me, sir, whether they are visible with fold scope, because fold scope nowadays is more famous. Yes, full scope with that you can see, but you have to see very carefully every bit of water sample which you have collected, because after going long distance and collecting the sample and coming back to the laboratory, full scope will show you only a fraction of the sample. So each and every bit of the sample you have to take into a small petri dish and then watch each and every bit. For that we need a higher end microscope. I'll also show that microscope to you. With full scope you can see, but in the water sample which you are scanning, which you are seeing with full scope, if it has, it will show, otherwise it doesn't show. So to have a wide range for observation, we need to go for higher end microscope. This is from Australia, Etopa watsai. And can you see here this button like structure? Please post it in the chat box. Now you can tell whether it is male or female also with the knowledge, the basic knowledge I have given. Just post it in the chat box, quick. Some are saying female. Oh, you are saying female just because of this spine-like structure? No. This is a small seta-like structure which appears for both male and female. I'm talking about this one. This is leg 8, which is appearing like a button. You can count the number of legs also here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and this one is 8. We are talking about leg 8. So this is a male. I'm not talking about this one. Leave this one. In the same position, in the leg 8 position, if it is female, then you see a small spine-like structure or a seta-like structure. This is called Brevisoma bethnella. Again, you can see Professor Rangareddy's name here, published in 2006. This is from Australia. First, I have shown you species from India. Then I am showing you species from different parts of the world to tell you that there is some diversity. All of them don't appear the same. You can see their body form also. There is a change in the body form here. Great diversity is there. Body form itself is showing difference here. External appearance itself showing difference here. This is from Australia. Okay. Till there, they are Bethnellasians. See this one. This also appears in the groundwater samples. It's called Bogidiella indica. It is an amphipod. I'm not going into the remaining details. This is Bogidiella indica. It appears in groundwater samples. That's why I have put all these pictures here to show you all these. They occur in groundwater samples. And this one is isopod. See this wonderful picture, how beautiful it looks. This is isopod. This is collected from a bore well near Guntur of AP. And some of them even occur in caves. In caves you see water sample running, and if you filter that water sample you'll get these specimens. And this is from a cave actually, not bore well. This is from a cave near Guntur, Guttukondabilam cave. So here is the list of species, list of organisms which appear in groundwater samples. Botswana, 1986 itself listed 7,000 world species of aquatic subterranean species. Pese, 1985, while reviewing the Italian groundwater fauna. By this time you might have understood Stegofauna means groundwater fauna. which occur in the groundwater samples. So he met with significant stygobiont groups: cyclopoid, herpetoid copepods, ostracods, dermosbinaceans, mysids, amphipods, isopods, syncarids, decapods, water mites, nematodes, gastropods, tricladid turbidans, and amphipods. There are many other groups also, you can see here. I don't want to read out all these names. But what about the work in India? In India, freshwater biotope has received scant attention from taxonomies and systematics. No one is concentrating on groundwater biodiversity. Everyone is concentrating on APGN biodiversity. Everyone is interested in birds, butterflies, dragonflies, lions, tigers, elephants. No one is thinking about the biodiversity which is hidden beneath our feet, beneath the ground level. So here this slide shows the meaning of hyporic zone. Hyporic zone, it constitutes a spatially and temporally dynamic ecotone sandwiched between the surface water and groundwater ecosystems. And this interface, critical interface, extends from the substrate surface to a depth of about 50 centimeters. And below 50 centimeters lies the phreatic or groundwater regime. Hyporic zone, it is sandwiched. It is present between the surface water and the groundwater ecosystems. Let us see some pictures now. Okay, these groundwater organisms, groundwater fauna, they are small, elongated, and vermiform, blind also, unpigmented. Because they are living beneath the ground, no light there, they are unpigmented and have reduced limbs and elongated sensorial structures which compensate for the lack of vision and produce but a few eggs and develop slowly. See this picture? Take a close look. Take a close look, please. The smaller ones, they are sand particles. Sand particles. Just between these two sand particles, you can see the life. There is small space, very minute space. In that minute space, you see the small animals, stygofauna, groundwater fauna occurring there. That's why they are less than 1 mm. Less than 1 mm. If they are 1 mm, then we say it is large one. Generally, we get less than 1 mm size stygofauna, groundwater fauna from groundwater samples. You can see their location in this picture, how they are adjusting themselves between two sand grains, the small space. Okay, I will now show you how to collect these organisms. If some of you are interested, then you can collect them and study them in your college or in your university. You will come to know now, you can do on your own. It's not only me or some other professional who can do this work. Anyone can do this work. Just I will show you how to collect them and how to study them. You can start work in your college, in your laboratory. No one has been studying in India, especially on these groundwater fauna, which we are calling it as stygofauna. So here the arrow mark is pointing to the borewell, source of water. It is not from a, say, a pond or a lake. It's not just emptying some pond or lake. See the source directly from the ground. No contamination, directly from the ground. And that contains life, that water contains life. That's what I am highlighting. Yes, we are drinking. When you are drinking water directly from the ground, along with that water, you are taking those groundwater fauna also inside. They are not harmful, I tell you. At the end, I tell you their uses also, what they are doing there beneath this ground level. See, this is climbing onto the overhead tank, then tying that plankton net to the inlet pipe. Most of us are living in apartments. We can try in the apartment, in our own apartment, take one plankton net and tie there, but it will have heavy flow of water. If you don't tie it properly, it will be washed away. You have to tie it properly so that with that force of water it doesn't get washed away. See, water is getting filtered. Water doesn't stop there, it gets filtered, it goes out, but at the bottom you see a small tube like thing into which water sample gets collected. That means organisms get filtered into that small tube which is there at the end of the plankton net. So we can retain the net there for 1 or 2 days and then remove the sample from the plankton net. This picture is showing removing that water sample from the net, plankton net. So that is the first method of collection, that is a direct filtration of water, groundwater using plankton net. This is the second method. It is called coring the hyporic zone. Just now I told you about the hyporic zone. Hyporic zone, it extends from the surface up to some 50 centimeters or so from the surface waters, substrate waters. See, this is the substrate water of the river, and it will extend from there up to 50 centimeters deep inside. So this is called coring. Coring, take a plastic pipe and then core it inside and take out that sand, put it in the bucket, then stir it with water and filter it through plankton net. You will get a good number of organisms, variety of organisms. You see and then wonder about those organisms. You feel like taking beautiful pictures of those organisms. Can anyone identify this picture, this location? Put it in the chat box quickly. Put in the chat box this location. No one knows? At least people from AP should know. People from AP should know this location. No idea. Some are already asking for feedback link. Yeah, I have some experience in conducting already some webinars. So I have got the habit of going through chat box also. Don't know. Yeah, because maybe he's from other state. Yeah, people from AP. Yeah, one has come very close. He's saying Bhadrachalam. Okay, this look. Yes, yes, that is the correct answer. This is Papikondalu. It is Devi Patnam. From their boats, tourist boats, they operate. This is River Godavari. For the sake of participants from other states, I am saying this is River Godavari. From here, tourist boats operate to Papikondalu Wildlife Sanctuary. See here, it appears as if waters are very close to us to take the sample, but we have to walk several kilometers in the river to collect that water sample. And sometimes you have to hire a mechanized boat for which you have to pay something to them and then go carefully. And sometimes we can go even in country boat also, but we have to be very careful while crossing the river. So we have to cross the river we have to go to the other side. Why not this side we can collect the water sample, because the other side you see only some mud, not sand, and these organisms, they lie between the sand particles. So we have to have some local contacts, then contact them before going, then they'll take us through a boat Of course, we have to pay something to them, and then they'll take us through that boat safely. And see here, this is the third method. It's called Karman-Shapi method, where after going there in the sand with the help of a spade, we make a pit. And when you make a pit, any layperson can tell that after making a pit, water oozes out, comes out, and that water contains many stygofauna. As I showed you, between sand particles, small space, a very narrow space. In that space, you see stygofauna. So that water we have to filter through plankton net. This is called Karman-Shapi method, where we make a pit, and the water which comes into the pit, it will be filtered through plankton net. This is another pit. You can see the difference between the sand particles also. You can see the difference between the sand particles and the region, how it is appearing, how the water is appearing. See how this water is appearing. It is appearing very pure, very fresh, as there is no light. At least here you can say something is in the water. So all this is a bank of the river, the sandy area. This is what is called hyporic zone. And we are filtering there that water from the pit through plankton net. This location is at Devipatnam, from where tourist boats they go to Pavikondalu Wildlife Sanctuary. This is Kerala, where I have taken some sand from the river with the help of a spade into bucket, and then I was about to filter it through plankton net. And can anyone tell this location? Especially people from Andhra. Especially people from Andhra. Yes, what is asking which one we have to consider? I will answer at the end. I'll answer at the end. Please don't worry. I'll interact with you. Which method we have to select is asking. People from Andhra has to identify. This is agent's area. This is Chintur, very close to Government Degree College, Chintur. This is river Sabari, which is a tributary of river Godavari. Here also we are doing some work in the hyporic zone. This is all hyporic zone. See, there is a spade here, and we have dug a pit here. And this boy is from Government Degree College, Chintur, who helped us that day. There is a bridge here connecting the land. Yeah, this is called Sri Ram Sar project at Pochampadu in Telangana. Very big project. It is like now our Polavaram project, which is coming up in AP. See here, there is a small office for flood control room, and above this office there is a small borewell. Means source is somewhere below, and these people are getting water from that warhead tank above. This is the project. SRSP we call SRSP. Go to Telangana and say SRSP can identify. So very close to this, there is this office, and above this there is a warhead tank, and you filter that water with a plankton net. You'll get some organisms. I got this one there at SRSP project from the warhead tank after filtration of that water sample. We named it after our well-known President of India, People's President, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji. But only one specimen has come. Very peculiar. These organisms doesn't appear in huge number. Only very few appear in huge number. Whereas when you filter that water throughout the day also, you will get some 1 or 2 specimens, sometimes at most some 5 specimens, sometimes you see only females occurring. Males will be missing. This is a male. You can see that button-like structure here. Only one male has come there from that project, SRSP project. And I could not finish this paper because female is missing. If female is also there, then only we can complete the paper. Otherwise, reviewers, they ask for female also. So we have to go on sampling patiently. That's all, no alternative. And for some more methods, I have told you very simple methods of collection. For some more methods with, let's say like drilling machines, small drilling machines, you can refer to this. It is available on internet. It is called Pascalis by Malad et al. 2002, protocols for the assessment and conservation of aquatic life in the subsurface. You'll get a PDF file. In that you can see some small drilling machines which were designed by them. Of course, I did not attempt that drilling machines also till now. I used only those three methods. One is direct filtration, second is coring the hyperic zone, third one is the Karman and Shapi method. I also did not attempt making these devices are available in Pascalis. This is a European project. So all of them, they are in very advanced stage in studying groundwater fauna, whereas we Indians, we are not concentrating on them. So to lab, this is scope. At least you need a trinocular stereo zoom microscope. Whole scope it is visible, I told you, but you cannot scan the entire sample. But here in this stereo zoom microscope, you can scan the entire sample. You get a wide range view so that you can tell whether those are present or not. And we have to scan each bit of the sample. Otherwise, you will be missing. You will be missing those organisms. You think that nothing is there, and you will throw that sample away. And these are another stereo zoom for the water sample to identify those groundwater fauna. This is DIC microscope, different interference contrast microscope. Some of you may say, I have seen this microscope. Yeah, you might have seen. Here you can see an opening for this microscope also is used for taking pictures of histology slides. But the specialty here is, see, it is having a drawing tube. This is the drawing tube. After preparing slide, we put that slide here and throw this drawing tube. It is just a camera lucida. It will show the picture here on the paper, on the drawing sheet. Then you can make out the drawing. But you have to carefully observe each and every. Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, am I audible now? Can you hear me?
So again, it's a disturbance. Sir.
There is some disturbance. No, it's not from my side.
No, sir, from your side only, sir.
From my side? No, it's not from my side. Here I have even put my fan also.
Yes, sir. It's not from your side, sir.
No, it's not from my side.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's not from your side.
So this is the one microscope through which you have to make the drawings. Of course, you need some experience. Yeah, I am talking about digital technology. Did you hear that word, digital technology? Hello, madam?
No, sir. We hadn't heard, sir.
Okay, I'll come back to that point. Let me share this again. A small interruption, I think. Yeah, I was telling about the drawings, how to make the drawing. Is it not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Participants, are you listening? Yeah, maybe you are listening. Okay, 62 participants are there. And we have to make slide of that specimen and study that under this microscope. And we have to make drawing by observing each and every taxonomic character. And some may say, in this era of digital technology, what sir, we have to sit patiently there and observe and then draw. Are we not having good cameras, high resolution cameras, which can capture each and every character or each and every detail? No, that's not possible. It's not possible. Certain characters will be missed there. So even very high-end camera cannot record all those taxonomic features. So we have to take both into account. You can have pictures with high-end cameras. At the same time, you have to sit and observe each and every character and make the drawing. And if you have enough money, or if your university or college has for STEM scanning microscope, you can study a bit more also, where you can see small stencil occurring on the surface of the body. So this was the first species of Arbethnalacia discovered by Professor Y. Rangareddy garu way back in 2001. So then he told to the entire world, here in India there is an order called Arbethnalacia. Come on, look at this. This is the specimen which we have got. First we have got this specimen from Penna at Kadapa. At Kadapa there is a location called Siddhavatam.
Sir, sorry for interruption.
Yeah.
Sir, your screen is not visible, sir.
Is it?
Yes, sir, your screen is not visible.
Now? Just a minute. Is it visible now?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet?
Not yet, sir.
Wait, just a minute then. Now, madam?
No, sir.
Hello? No? Hello? Is it audible, madam?
No, sir.
No. My voice is there, no? Clear?
Yeah, voice is audible, sir.
Our voice is audible,
Please share
sir,
the
but
screen, sir.
video is not
Clear
visible.
enough. Don't worry. Now?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, my internet connection is not stable here. Just a minute, just a minute. I'll get back to you. Sorry for this inconvenience. Now also not visible, madam?
No, sir.
No? Okay,
No,
let
sir.
me then finish off with without
Yes. Yes,
slide.
sir.
I'll finish it
You
off.
can proceed. Okay, you can proceed, sir.
Yeah, because internet connection is not stable here today.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. It's up to evening, sir.
So that specimen, Abrobithnella schminke, it is called. It was discovered first time in 2001 by Professor Y. Rangareddy of Acharya Nagarjuna University. With that, Sir has told to the entire world that there is an order called Order Bethnalaceae here in India. My voice is audible, no, madam?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Very much
Yeah, yes,
audible,
sir.
sir.
Okay, okay then. Maybe slide you are not able to see, I think.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in Order Bethnalaceae, till now we have got 27 species from India. In that Harpacticoid copepod family, it's called Parastinocarididae. It is with 19 species. And family Parabethnalidae, only 4 genera. We have discovered from India, only 4 genera. And family Bethnalidae, only 3 genera. And most of the work is done only in South India. North India we did not explore. Extensive work is carried out in AP only. And some other South Indian states like Tamil Nadu, then Kerala, Karnataka, like that. In North India, only in Meghalaya, we discovered one species. It is called Camacho bethnella. That is from Meghalaya. Okay, I have come to the uses of these organisms. There is a serendipitous potential for taxonomists and systematists to discover very good number of interesting new species from our data. Downward zone has immense attraction for the study of evolution. With these organisms, we can study evolution. You can study adaptation and speciation. And these stegofaunal elements are very much valuable in studies relating to reconstruction of Earth's history because they are staying there several feet below the ground level. With these organisms, we can study and reconstruct Earth's history, Earth history. Yeah, on slide actually I have put about continental drift theory also, which is not visible for you now, but there is Gondwana landmass. Gondwana landmass consisting of Africa, South Australia, Antarctica, and India, and the Arabian Peninsula. That is called Gondwana landmass. What is interesting is you take these species, Bethnalaceans from these countries like say Africa, South America, Australia, Antarctica, India, and Arabian Peninsula, you see some similarity because they have come from landmass and of Pangea, and have come to conservation aspect of these species. Till now I told you about how to collect them, how to make drawings of pictures, how interesting they are, about different groundwater fauna, but mostly concentrated on Bethnalacean species. There are many other species in groundwater samples, every zone, but I concentrated only on these. See the rivers, there is a sand mining. we extract a huge amount of sand for construction purpose, which means along with the sand, all these tiny creatures, they are also lost. And these tiny creatures, remaining, what they do, they eat organic debris, and make the waters clean. So you Hello, sir. Is it audible?
Yeah, voice is clear, sir.
But sharing is not there, I think. Screen sharing is not, I think.
Yeah, again it lost, sir.
Now is there screen sharing, sir?
No, sir. No, sir.
No? Okay, no problem. I will stop sharing so that I can save some bandwidth also and then talk.
Elias sir, better
Almost.
to stop this screen sharing, sir.
Yeah, already I
Because
have come to the
bandwidth
end
is
of
very
this.
low.
Yeah. I have come to the end of this presentation.
Sir.
I'll stop sharing.
That is better, sir. Bandwidth will be saved.
Yeah, I stop sharing. Now. Hello?
Sir, you can
Hello,
continue, sir.
sir. It is audible, sir, now?
Yeah, voice is
Sir.
audible, sir.
Hello?
Sir, you can continue, sir.
Yeah. Okay. And talking about conservation aspect. Hello, is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You continue, sir.
And talking about conservation aspect of these organisms, heavy sand mining will lead to extinction of these species because along with sand, we are taking out these organisms also. We are not taking out just only sand particles, and they dig very deep for sand. So all that is lost. All these organisms are lost along with the sand. And groundwater abstraction. See, in the fields, we just switch on the motor and then go. Even if there is no need of water sample, water for the field, then along with the huge water coming out, these organisms, they are also lost. That is another threat for these species. And one more threat is very close to the rivers. We see cities releasing sewage, pollution, all types of pollutants, industrial pollution, everything. It is released into the river, nearby river. So that will make these species become extinct. These organisms, they are like biological indicators. If these organisms are there, then we can say that area is very pure without pollution. So they remain where there is no pollution. Don't go and search in the river where there is pollution. Just look for a riverine habitat where the waters are very clean and without pollution. You'll get very interesting species, very interesting organisms there. That's about conservation aspect. But governments are not taking care about sand mining. Governments have to make a sand mining policy regarding even conservation of these tiny creatures. But superficially, people don't know. They think that they are only extracting sand and not these organisms. But these organisms are lost. When they are lost, water doesn't remain pure. Water doesn't remain pure. And coming to the next aspect, in India, very less work was carried out on these organisms. Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes,
Hello?
sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
good. Very less amount of work was carried out on these organisms. And yeah, in the beginning, I wanted to put a question to you at the end. Now, some of you can answer why many are not into this research work. That is the question. That is there in the last slide I have put, but I'm not able to share now. So that is the question for you. Why many are not into this research work? That's the question. If you can type in the chat box, I can see and then interact with you. Okay. No one is typing in the chat box. Some of you can type why this research work many are not taking up for study. I have shown you pictures of how to collect them. Just by those pictures also you must be able to tell. One is habitats are inaccessible. To go there you have to have some local contacts, and then sometimes you have to walk several kilometers also. Inaccessible. Then any other you want to post in the chat box? I told one point, inaccessible habitats. Habitats are not easy to access and very hard labor we have to put in for sampling. Of course, direct filtration is easy, but coring and Karman and Shafi method, that is hard. After some age, then people feel it is difficult to carry out this type of work. Then about funding also. Funding. So finally we need funding. Funding also is very less, and hence the policymakers at the highest level, okay, to recognize that this is an area where less work was done in India, but it is having great importance regarding groundwater. So policymakers have to change their policy and then keep funding this type of research work also. That will be helpful in the future, so that even from India we can report several different variety of organisms. This groundwater strigon, it is a treasure trove for an enchanting world of several interesting fauna. And finally, I have a small appeal. That appeal is there is an organization called World Wildlife Fund for Nature. Some of you can post it in the chat whether you know that or not. WWF, World Wildlife Fund for Nature. No one is typing. WWF, it is called WWF, World Wildlife Fund. It is an international governmental organization, and my request is that organization, it focuses on conservation of biodiversity, and they have their own shopping cart. Please visit their shopping cart. We always buy from Amazon, then Snapdeal, then Flipkart. I request you to visit their shopping cart. They have put even face mask also. They are of very good quality, and what I'm requesting you to buy from them is go to conservation of nature when we buy them. Don't always visit only Snapdeal. And even then you just look WWF, World Wildlife Fund for Nature, shopping cart also, use stationery items also, interesting gift also, t-shirts also, interesting some fun and gift items, and even face mask for COVID-19. It is available. Hello? Hello, can you hear me, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am about to finish. So I am talking about WWF. Please buy from them also. Please visit WWF shopping cart also. You have many interesting items there in the shopping cart. What is the use? The use is, instead of buying from Amazon, Flipkart, and Snapdeal, if you buy from them, and a part of the proceeds will go to conservation of nature, and it is exempt from income tax also under 80G. 80G. So that is my conclusion. And if there are some questions, so you can interact with me regarding collection of these small tiny creatures, which are very beautiful and interesting organisms. Hello, madam.
Sunita madam,
Sir.
Yeah, if some
can I
participants
take
want
the
to interact
proceedings,
with me,
madam?
Sir,
I
I
have
think
finished on time, I think.
Yes, any participants, please.
Sir, no.
Participants, you
I
can
hope I
interact
have.
with sir.
No, I hope I have finished on time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I am very sorry for small interruptions now and then, because today I have connected on my personal hotspot, because I'm not having dedicated line today.
Okay. Anyhow, you made it, sir.
That's why
Thank
there
you
was
very
some
much.
interruption. I connected with my mobile hotspot today, and I'm very happy to see my senior colleague, former senior colleague, sharing the session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Madam, can I proceed, madam?
Yes, sir. You can proceed, sir.
Sunita madam?
Yes.
No, if there
Okay.
are no questions,
Dr.
yeah.
Elias, sir. If there are no questions, I will proceed, sir.
Yes, sir. There are no
So your
questions in the
presentation.
chat box, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful presentation. And this is really the spring of life and perfume of nature from your stygofauna, that is subterranean fauna. And you touched upon the various aspects like the biodiversity and the Indian context, and how the Indians have gone into research of this stygofauna, and your contribution, and the thing that is the biodiversity conservation, the groundwater, importance of groundwater, how this stygofauna is purifying the groundwater. All these aspects are being dealt by you in a clear and exciting way, sir. You have shown the wonderful photograph, and throughout your presentation, it is very nice. And the gesture you have shown towards your guide and the mentor, Professor Rangareddy Garu, is admirable one, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation on behalf of the participants. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I just want to thank at the end, principal sir is there, not sir is not there online, I think, today.
Yes,
Madam?
sir. Sir is not there, sir.
Okay, okay. I thank principal sir of Government Degree College Ravulapalem for recognizing me and my college.
Okay, sir. I will convey the
And
message to
also,
sir.
and also thanks to organizing secretary, Madam Sunita,
Thank you,
for
sir.
giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
But
It's our
I am
pleasure,
very, very
sir.
sorry. Actually, I am very sorry for this small interruption because of this internet, which is not stable today here for me.
Yes, yes, sir. Rajeshwari, madam. Hello, Rajeshwari, madam.
Madam, I'm there online, madam. Hello? Hello, Sunita, madam?
Okay, madam, you can proceed, madam.
Yeah. Now it's my pleasure to thank all those who have extended their kind cooperation in the successful conduct of this first day of our international conference. First of all, on behalf of the organizing committee, staff, students of our Government Degree College Ravulapalem, we are very thankful to our Honorable Commissioner, Sri M.M. Naik sir, for giving us this opportunity for conducting this international conference. I express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. R. David Kumar Swami Garu, Regional Joint Director of College Education, Zone 1 and 2, who has been constantly motivating us in conducting this type of online programs. I sincerely thank the chief guest of this day, Dr. Tulasi Mastanamagaru, AGMO Madam, for accepting our invitation and for being with us despite her busy schedule. I especially thank the keynote speaker of today's session, Professor K. Satyavelu Reddy sir, for his valuable inputs on non-communicable diseases with special reference to diabetes. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind support. I profusely thank the resource person of the first technical session, Dr. Swati, for her highly informative and educative briefing of the story of life.
Okay,
Thank you
you
very
made
much,
it,
madam.
madam. అసలు నేనైతే ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయలేదు అంత లాస్ట్ మూమెంట్ లో మీరు జాయిన్ అవుతారని.
Hello. Yeah, I heartfully thank the resource person of technical session 2, Dr. Ahmed Abdul Halim Khan, for giving us valuable information on developments in science and technology in post-independent India. Thank you very much, sir. My special thanks to the resource person of technical session 3, Dr. Bandari Ilia, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Government Degree College, Pittapuram, for his very detailed presentation on biodiversity of subterranean freshwaters of India. We are very, very fortunate to listen to you all today. We had wonderful learning experiences. And we are grateful to Dr. N. Srinivas sir, Associate Professor of Zoology, PR Government College, Kakinada, for chairing all the 3 technical sessions of today. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank our principal, Dr. Baby Tirupanyam sir, for his kind cooperation and support in conducting this international conference. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to IQAC coordinator, Dr. K. Srinivas Rao Garu, for his kind support. And I also thank Sachimurti Garu, Vice Principal, Sri T. Gandhi Garu, Sri Dr. T. Srivaram, Srimati Karudasri Madam, Sri Chinnababu Garu, Sugyani Madam, Sri Venkateswara Garu, Srimati Hemalata, Srimati Sunanda Madam, Srimati Bharati for being behind this successful conduct of this first day program. My special thanks to Mr. G. Devendra Garu, Assistant Professor, for his technical support right from the beginning in organizing this conference very smoothly. And I also thank all the participants who made this conference happen. Thank you one and all. Thank you. Over to Sunita, madam.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. So we will meet again tomorrow at 2 o'clock, at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you one and all for your kind and patience listening.
Yeah, let us call it a day, ma'am. We'll meet tomorrow.
Okay, madam.
Okay. Thank you one and all again.